Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Avalanche House. Thank you so much for coming out and bearing with the rain, as all of us are today. Next, we're starting our panels with driving effective engagement in DAOs. I love asking questions on stage. How many people know what a DAO is? Amazing, amazing. Decentralized, autonomous organizations run by these amazing people that are coming up. We're going to learn a lot. So we are introducing Zach Guzman, Amit, Zach number 2, and Tracy. Take it away, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to try and fill the space while we figure out what's going on with the race across the street. I got caught in the rainstorm, so this inadvertently became a wet t-shirt contest for me. But yes, we're talking about DAOs to kick this off today. And by the show of hands, it sounds like everybody already kind of understands what DAOs are. But this panel is more focused on, I guess, how you run them effectively, what we're all expecting to get out of them. And we've got a panel basically for people who are working in this now. We'll start with introductions. My name's Zach Guzman. I was a crypto reporter and anchor at CNBC and Yahoo Finance and quit to start a crypto media project that will be run like a DAO. So I'm also learning along with you guys from people who are much more experienced than I am here, who have been in the space, I'm sure, with getting their hands dirty longer than I have. So we'll just kind of start with real quick introductions on that. If Amit, you want to start.
Hey guys, Amit Mukherjee. I'm involved with 2 DAOs. I'm the founder of Chain Forest, which is a venture DAO. We invest in seed stage crypto companies, and we have a community of about 500 people who can participate in the investment process in exchange for SLCF token, which is backed by carry in the fund. And then secondly, I lead treasury for Friends with Benefits, which is a social DAO focused on culture.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tracy Bowen, and I am the founder of HerDAO. HerDAO is a women-focused developer DAO, and we're essentially a group of builders, and we're here to increase diversity and inclusion in the Web3 space.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zach Happ. I am head of product at a DAO tooling company called Commonwealth. We have just shy of 800 DAOs on our platform, many burgeoning, and a handful of big ones like DYDX. So I have a lot of experience, looking at and seeing how DAOs actually work and coordinate in the real world, or rather, online.
Yeah, and so I guess we're all coming from this, with our own different angles, but I guess we can just kind of start, since DAOs are relatively new in the crypto space, right? As far as them being built out and tackling all kinds of different issues. I mean, I guess for people who don't know what a DAO is in this room, and it looks like it was about 50-50 from the show of hands, we can dig into, I guess, how it's evolved in the early days to kind of, explain what exactly DAOs can unlock. And from, I guess, the mainstream media perspective, a lot of people are interested in, I guess, the real problems that they might tackle. We've seen some of the projects out there, like Constitution DAO, that are kind of easy to understand, a bunch of people throwing money into kind of a shared wallet with a shared goal and mission. But once you move past that, I guess, what you guys see as maybe the second evolution as we kind of see this evolve here in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dirty secret is that a lot of DAOs don't work, don't make sense, and we're all still sort of really figuring out together what components of a DAO, the way that they operate, what they vote on, how they manage a treasury, all really work together. I think like Constitution DAO, as an example, if you actually look at the success of it, the legality of it, I'm not sure it's actually really an example of anything other than like a burst of energy to try something new. I'm not sure there's a lot of great lessons from that to take away for, okay, if I want to build my own DAO or manage my own DAO, what do I learn from that? I think it's a bit of an anomaly, and it's a bit of a distraction from like trying to figure it out. I think like DAOs are more transparent for sure. You can see the balance sheet, you can see the data on performance, you can be involved in discussions, you can actually influence the direction via a message board or forum or really effective conversation. You can vote on really material directions of a DAO. I think it works most effectively in the most numerical settings. So when really sort of dictating or allocating a treasury, it's particularly, I think it's particularly effective for these DeFi protocols where like it's like, okay, should the APY be 10,000% or 30%? Beyond that, I think the coordination can be really challenging, and I think a lot of people are still figuring it out.
Yeah, Zach, would you agree with that? Because
Well, sort of. DAOs actually change at the different scales. So if you have a group of 6 friends, that could be sufficiently decentralized within that group of people to make decisions for, let's say, like a book club or a small investment group. But as soon as like the DAO grows between 15 and 100 people, and then beyond that, in the case of Constitution DAO, you end up having to do a lot of delegation, and you end up with you need to have a fairly good incentive structures to get people to participate in the ways in which the group wants, or whatever the end goal of the group. So in the case of Constitution DAO, they raised a lot of money. They went and bid on the Constitution, and in failing to win, they dispersed the funds back, and everyone had a good time. But in other DAOs, where like a DeFi protocol, there's longer-term incentives to actually make a product work and sustain, and there being a lot of like financial benefits. So finance being a really great opportunity, but not necessarily the only opportunity here in crypto.
Yeah. I guess I can also maybe play the other side. A lot of people may be looking at DAOs from the Web 2, maybe Web 1 world might say, well, why do you even need a DAO? For a lot of these things, you could probably run it differently if you want to just kind of go through normal old structures of an LLC or normal company. And really kind of unlocking some of that engagement from people who, might want to join a thing passively. Maybe it's not fully running it from top to bottom, but some sort of organic bottom-up, anyone can join model. But I guess, as Amit said, one of the questions there is really making sure that everyone in the group is doing something and really driving engagement too. And I guess inclusion is a big piece of that too. And Tracy, I guess from your angle, kind of how that is different in Web3 with a DAO versus, I guess, maybe the old system and kind of what's being addressed in that arena.
I mean, I think DAOs really unlock a great amount of freedom for people, and I think that's why people are magnetized towards it. I mean, you could have like a cooperative structure. I mean, you still own a lot of stuff, and you still have an interest in the decision making, but I think people are really, really energized by this digital revolution. They want to get involved in it. They want to be able to kind of create new structures, new models, create new economies for themselves. And so I think that's why it's more exciting from that Web 2 perspective to be in a Web 3 kind of decentralized autonomous organization. And I think the way it's evolving is like, if you look at like the first kind of instances of DAOs when it was more to do with the code was the law, and everybody, was kind of beholden to this code. It's actually become more of a human-centered endeavor now, which I kind of like. So we have operations on smart contracts, et cetera, but like there's a whole lot to do with human collaboration and the way humans work together and the power structures and the whole systems of organization that you need humans for. A smart contract can't really do dispute resolution very well because you have to deal with people. And I like the fact that we are dealing with people more now. I mean, people used to say, or people do say that DAOs are automation at the center and humans at the fringes. I think those lines are getting a bit more blurred now, to be honest.
Yeah, it does seem like all that kind of is starting to evolve in that sense. And I guess, the one thing is trying to figure out what's, I guess, legal and what regulators will be all right with. And that has been very difficult, I think, across the space. That's a commonality across the space. But specifically for DAOs, what have you guys seen, I guess, when you're trying to set that up? It sounds like you guys might be more involved with kind of, the investment side of things where you put the money in and you want to see a return. And there's a lot of securities issues that get brought up around that. So, I mean, what have you seen in terms of maybe trying to figure that out and finding the best paths forward without running into, I guess, any legal issues there?
Go overseas.
Go overseas. It's shocking because when I was trying to kind of start my thing, and it's just very basic, let's try and build something, it's shocking to see how many people are just basically British Virgin Islands or elsewhere, which from the US perspective doesn't sound very good.
Also, in the case of DAOs, Vermont has some really good jurisdiction, which would be the BBLLC, so the blockchain-based LLC. So you can actually have an LLC wrapper around your blockchain, represented the equity in your LLC represented by whatever your on-chain token is. All the wallets are supposed to be disclosed to the government, but there are a lot of gray areas in that. But having a legal wrapper to participate as a legal entity within a state, also Wyoming has some very friendly laws, but it's a little higher threshold to participate in Wyoming than it is in Vermont. But New York is historically not friendly, so I cannot recommend launching a security in the Southern District of New York.
Very, very crypto friendly.
Yeah, I think one of the key challenges is that when people buy a token to enter a DAO, they sort of assume that it works like buying, stock on the stock market, and it's really this sort of core unit for value accrual. As that DAO grows in value, that token should go up. And the reality is that there is no actual tie back to the token in most U.S. legal settings as a result. And so as a result, most of these DAOs are sort of creating a governance token. And so when we see sort of a market cap created by this token, it's really just sort of like this attribution, but there isn't actually that sort of causal link. And so I think like the DAOs that have most effectively routed around this don't promise that, but they also don't have another route for the treasury to go into. So I think like Nouns DAO is a great example where the governance token actually says, hey, we've got this treasury, we're going to vote on how to increase the value of Nouns' total and sort of just be successful with this project. But I think this confusion between tokens as an item for governance and tokens as an item for enterprise value accrual is one of the core issues we have for why it's so confusing and so challenging to make it work.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I guess on that too, is who's putting in the effort, and whether it's a centralized party of individuals who kind of started a centralized company and are building on it, whether it's that or decentralized, I guess, is another thing that regulators might bring up as well. When we talk about how some of this stuff is better, though, and improves on a way of organizing and bringing together a community around a shared mission, what do you see that kind of being pushed to beyond just, I think, a lot of examples right now are in finance. Me specifically, I'm focused on this in a media perspective and kind of looking at what happens when you bring together a community who might be interested in a show and want to get that off the ground and launch that together, and you can break down the wall between a creator and their audience and build something that way. That would be a media-specific, I guess, DAO example. But what do you guys see maybe as we kind of move past, to your point, just kind of value accrual tokens around that kind of value capture and see it in other sectors? Do you think that DAOs might evolve to reach other sectors like that? And where do you see, I guess, the space going?
I mean, her DAO doesn't even have a token yet.
Yeah.
And I think it was very important for us to build the community first. I don't see any point really in having a DAO unless you have a community, unless you've got a DAO to kind of, organize dinner or, it's like a club or something like that. So like for us, we identified income streams and identified ways to keep the DAO going, to sustain the DAO and build the community before we even thought about, tokens. Because the way we governed at first was we had a group of governors who are stewards, and it was essentially a bit top down from the beginning, but now we're just about to fully decentralize out and onboard members. So we've been able to accrue a lot of value in terms of the fact of our community is quite valuable because we're a community of devs. Mm-hmm. We managed to raise a lot of sponsorship and create a lot of value that way. So for us, having a token as a governance kind of vehicle or a way to kind of represent value is probably like an evolution for us, but it's actually not needed to build a DAO. I mean, a lot of people look for a token and a DAO, but it's not actually necessary.
That's a good point. Fair point.
Thinking about DAOs, I like to really imagine them as interest groups that may or may not have a treasury. And in many cases, most interest groups benefit with just a little bit of funds, and that those funds can be dispensed as grants or small proposals. So like in the case of, let's say, enabling a Reddit forum or a subreddit to have a treasury to then pay each other to do small activities in the world that they care about, a sufficiently large group of people can actually contribute a lot in the real world toward whatever goals that they may care about. So we're going to end up seeing a lot of interest groups that are between, social clubs, between book clubs, between, investment groups, really just being like, hey, I have $10, I'm going to contribute to this group, and I'm going to, then give my $10 through a process with friends to 10 people who are going to go out and, high five people, or give hugs, or advertise for, like, knock on doors for a candidate. In most cases, running like television ads for politicians returns very low yield in terms of votes, but a single door knocker might get hundreds of people to come out. So in the case of a DAO being able to fund people to go out and knock for a politician, they can actually make big real world change.
Is there anything specifically that I think you guys see as weak points? Because I guess that's the knock on DAOs, might be that you get very unequal effort, and the freeloader problem seems pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of this general rule of 90% of people do nothing, 9% are engaged, and 1% do all the work. And I think that's it's kind of like being a part of a high school group, or working on a high school project on steroids, right?
Project.
Yeah. I think there are some real challenges there. Like, having worked in remote first environment where most people are part-time, it is brutal. And then this idea that people can kind of go in and work for 6 DAOs at the same time. Personally, I feel overloaded working on 2. And so I think the use cases for when you can sort of have that lower transaction cost of entering a DAO and not, I think we're still sort of figuring out. And then I think So I think that's the biggest thing. And then, this alignment of incentives, because if the DAO votes to do something, if, a community votes for Axie to pay out sort of more incentives, is that the right long-term alignment for that project? I think that's a really important question. A lot of the people who own that token wanted to see it go up immediately. They're not really thinking about the long-term success of Axie, right? So I think that alignment is another question that people are figuring out right now.
I think in her DAO, our members are actually contributors, so you can't be a member unless you're contributing. So hanging out in a Discord is not, you're not going to make it.
How do you track that though? And can you boot? How do you boot people? If you kick them out, if they're not contributing,
we haven't kicked anyone out yet, because we have, we've just basically streamlined this onboarding process where we actually, it might not be scalable if we get to hundreds of thousands, but we actually have an onboarding process where we meet everybody on Zoom, and we give them the rundown of what the DAO is and what's to be expected, and what working groups there are, etc., etc. As I said, maybe that's not going to be scalable when we get to 100,000 or so, but there is a model which says that every 100 kind of members, they kind of start another sub DAO, so the kind of governance doesn't get too kind of thinned out, and it doesn't get really, really cumbersome. So we're actually looking at that as well. And there's another model, the optimistic model, which says that you basically just keep running the DAO until the members have a problem, and then you address it.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that model as well, which means that you can just keep on running stuff. But yeah, for us, a member is a contributor for real.
In terms of longevity of DAOs, I actually think we're going to see a lot of situations like Constitution DAO where there's a single goal for the community. They try to achieve it, and whether they achieve it or not, the community then dissolves, and all the energy then gets dispersed and goes elsewhere. So we're going to be seeing a lot of temporary organizations, not DAOs as institutions that live for hundreds of years. I can't imagine that in this current state of blockchain.
I mean, it does seem pretty interesting when you think about kind of decentralizing something early in its birth, if we want to use that term. Seems hard to do because if you're really trying to, it takes time for anyone to even hear about your project. And then it takes time to really scale that project and grow and, as you said, kind of bring together a community that will be involved. And then, once it's out there and it grows to be large enough, obviously by design, the control by whoever created this thing diminishes, and then it's out there, and I believe kind of becomes a little bit harder to steer that ship. So I don't know if this is a problem that y'all have come into when you're kind of trying to get something off the ground, but I don't know. We started with a room half full of people who already knew what DAOs were. Maybe we can start to shift into the tips that y'all have learned on your guys' path to kind of get to where you are now. Some of those pitfalls to avoid, and maybe the right way to frame some of these things. If people in the audience right now, myself included, want to pick up some of those tips around doing this the best way to avoid kind of, I guess, what would be a nightmare scenario where you launch something and then all of a sudden it doesn't look anything like what you... Maybe that's by design, though. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I guess the right way to kind of scale these things and kind of stick true to what the mission is. I mean, if it's her DAO and you have a bunch of guys join, I suppose that would maybe be weird. I don't know.
No, it's not weird. We are not an exclusive community at all. We just focus on women, but anyone can join.
Yeah.
Anyone who's interested in building for the future can come along.
I think decentralization is a bit of a misnomer, and in a lot of cases, so decentralization can mean the back end, the underlying structure of governance. It could also mean a sufficiently large group of people. And there's a lot of kind of gray space between a small, medium, and large community and what we mean by sufficiently decentralized. So in the case of Constitution DAO, there was a very small group of people, about 10 of them, that ran the entire operations of it, but tens of thousands of people contributed funds and had stake in the project. So if we consider that decentralized or not, whether there's a core team or not, or if the project is run through a series of grants and proposals and there is no core team, people just contribute to the idea like an open source project, but then in most cases, most open source projects are run by one or two devs. What is sufficiently decentralized kind of mean? So in thinking about your DAO, if you're choosing to launch one, the decentralized part should not be a hang-up. Just think about how you choose to grow, scale, or let others join, whether it's through equity, stake, or just enjoyment of the product.
Yeah, I mean, we were quite decentralized at the beginning because we had to protect the space. So it wasn't like we were trying to keep people out, but we were trying to keep the focus on what our mandates were. Some people didn't like it, but hey, that is just how it was. We saw that as the best way to keep to our goals and to scale out. Being true to our mission, and that's the kind of difficult part because a lot of people treat decentralization like a religion. So, like, if you're not decentralized from day one, day dot, some people have got a lot to say about it. But for me, it's kind of like a spectrum. And for me, as someone said, it's best to do what's best for your community, do what's best for your project. I wouldn't really worry about, the systems and the names just yet. Just find your model, right, and make it work for you.
Yeah, so I would probably, you asked for advice, so I'd sort of give, two pieces of advice. One is have realistic expectations. If 100 people join, there are going to be some people who are just checking it out and just aren't going to get that involved, or they're going to say, hey, I'm here, I'm excited to help, and then 2 weeks later, you never hear from them again. Like, I think that's part of the DAO experience. And then the second is, I think the best thing that we did at Chain Forest was we really created a very intimate experience early, and we started slow. We've never tried to, boost our user growth. And so as an example of that, every single person who joined what was initially a Telegram group, we had a personalized introduction for. Like, they really felt like they were joining something that felt really special. And I think as we've sort of evolved, we've had this group that's been very loyal as a result of that. So, I think the intimacy really helps, really actually trying to create a community. We meet in person, that's huge as well. So I think like a big part of DAOs is actually the community DAO-centric nature of it. And so really actually try to create a community and don't expect just if you open a Discord, it's just going to happen. You really have to treat people, like you have to really care about the people in it.
Yeah.
There's a funny organization here in New York called Costume Cult, and they throw parties, and they run in what they call...
Custom Cult?
Costume Cult.
Costume Cult.
Costume Cult. And they run in what they call a voluntocracy, where whoever's volunteering currently for the next 3 or 4 parties ends up having most of the say over how those next parties are run. And as people come and go, and the entire community is kind of stewarded by many people over the last quarter century. But as an organization, it has survived without any formal structure other than volunteerism.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, there's a lot here, and I guess that's the main thing is that you really focus on the community, you let people run with it, you figure out who's most involved, and I guess, you take it one step at a time would be, I guess, what I'm hearing here. The context of all this, too, and I guess I've been trying to remove this from the way I look at DAOs, because we talked about value accrual and some people being there for the short-term gain, some people there really believing in the mission. But just the context of where we're at right now, I guess I'd be curious to get your guys' take on what you see as maybe the enthusiasm still there around some of these Web3 and DAO projects when you're trying to attract more people into your respective communities, when the backdrop of everything else is maybe a slowing adoption if you read the headlines and the price movements around what's happening in crypto writ large. If you guys have seen maybe any less enthusiasm around maybe any of the DAO momentum that was being built, I think, earlier in the year. And I don't know if they're necessarily correlated at all, because you're really trying to build a community and that's not really so attached maybe to the prices of larger projects like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the rest, and Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, our DAO will continue to be enthusiastic because of our mission, not because of a DAO bubble or, that DAOs were super trendy, So like when people get involved with us, they get energized because, first of all, we're building stuff. When we go all over the world, we hack, we build products, we, mentor women. We're doing all of this really, really important, exciting stuff, And I think when people come with us, that's how they kind of grow their engagement. So I don't think it's correlated really to what's happening in the DAO market per se, and in a way it's probably good if it dies down, because a lot of people are making DAOs when you don't need to be a DAO, it's like just DAO everything, like you don't need to do it, stop, so I think it's good if we just get to a place where people make DAOs because it makes sense and not because it's trendy.
If your community is more interested in price action than the mission of the community, then the community will not survive the price action. So if your community cares about what you're doing, then the community will continue to care about what it's doing as the price of the token goes up and down. So at the end of the day,
is there a way to really attract that type of person though, or because
having a good mission and an interest group in whatever it is that you're doing. If you don't have interest in your community, then they're only there to speculate on whatever the project might do.
But even if you attract the right person, if you have a liquid token and the liquid token is down, it's going to impact the community. I've definitely seen across a number of the communities I'm involved with a huge drop off in interest in this bear market. Kudos to everyone here. Deep in a bear, we're here on a Saturday, we're going to make it. But it's definitely, I think, impacted it. And I think a lot of people are legitimately asking the question of hey, what here actually works and what actually makes sense. So I know my comments here have been a little bit on the sober side, but I think if we're actually going to make it through the bear, we really have to be intellectually honest about what are the things that are really, really working, and what was actually an illusion when price was going up and people made money, but that wasn't actually a sustainable thing. So that's part of the reason why I'm trying to talk really practically, what are the parts of the DAO that make sense, and what are the parts that aren't going to make sense long term.
I think that's the right way to think about things in a bear market or a bull market, probably, in both ways. I think I've learned a lot. And we started with a room half full of people who raised their hands when we asked if you had heard of a DAO before. I guess we'll see if people were here for the race or for maybe to learn a little bit more crypto, maybe both, probably both. But a show of hands now as we wrap up here, because we only have a minute now. Who here in the room now knows about DAOs?
Yay!
I think that's more, and we had people come in, so our numbers went up. But I think this is just the first panel on a long day of great programming. But Zach, Tracy, I appreciate you guys joining with me on here. Maybe just one, since we have 50 seconds left, real quick, where they can go to learn more about your projects.
You can go to Twitter @_HERDAO, and we have a link tree there. You can join our Telegram. We'd love to see you.
On Twitter, hi Commonwealth, or you can follow me @ZachHapp.
Yeah, would love to have anyone who's interested to join Chainforest. I'll just repeat again, if you help us investing, you can earn significant amounts of carry just for introducing us to a company or evaluating a company in the tens of thousands of dollars per action. And so if you want to join, you can DM me on Twitter @Amit Mukherjee, or you can go to discord.gg/chainforest and apply for membership right now. And anyone who's here on a Saturday, you'd be an amazing member, so I'd love to have you.
Making money, making friends. That's what DAO's all about. All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank
you guys.
Got it.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Another round of applause for our DAO doers. Thank you, thank you. Awesome, guys. Thanks again for being here. We are going to do a 10-minute break. Stretch your legs. We have some amazing snacks. There's a coffee cart right out there. We'll be back in 10 minutes for NFTs, the search of utility. Hello, hello. Welcome back from our break. Thanks again for joining us today, everybody. Next, we have up NFTs, the search for utility. Love asking questions. Who knows what an NFT is and excited to learn? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. All right, all right. We all know what it is, non-fungible token. We have a lot of amazing panelists to come up and speak, so let's get ready to learn. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Hi, I'm Christine Lee, anchor at CoinDesk, the show at 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock Eastern, CoinDesk.tv, CoinDesk.com. And we've got an excellent panel of folks who are using NFTs with actual real use cases. And I had a chance to hear about the projects earlier, and it's really, really cool. So we've got John Adanasio. He is the CEO of Toonstar. And Calvin Chan, founder, CEO of Legitimate. And we've got Krishang Nangauda. He's the founder, engineer of Third Web. And we have Dayo Adeosun. He is the co-founder of Glass XYZ. So I think it's probably a good idea first to introduce yourselves and just give us kind of a brief statement of what your project is all about, what you do.
Yep. Well, hello. My name's John, and I am one of the co-founders of Toonstar. My co-founder's here as well, and I like to say, like, I'm the co-founder that talks about baseball and invites people to the studio. She's the co-founder that actually makes all the magic happen.
Shout out to Louisa.
Louisa, yes. But so yeah, real quickly, our company, we're a Web3 entertainment company. We're on a mission to build the future of storytelling, interactive storytelling, and community building on the blockchain. Our first project's called The Gimmicks. It's an animated NFT series. It's produced in partnership with Mila Kunis. And so we can, I think we have something to share. So I can give you a first-hand look at a bit of the depravity with a clip. But that's really kind of our first project, and our projects are really, like I said, we're on a mission to build the future of interactive storytelling and community experiences. So all the projects we do are really designed to focus on that. There's content, but there's also a big focus on utility and bringing unique experiences to the community.
Awesome. Calvin.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name's Calvin. I'm the founder and CEO of Legitimate. We back physical products on chain. So what that means is everything from sneakers, art, handbags, everyday products that you and I might wear, own, hold every day. There's extreme value in providing more transparency to the consumer as well as to the brands how these products exist in their life cycle. So we are a hybrid IoT blockchain company that connects these products directly on chain and back them with NFTs for a variety of use cases. And the primary use case is anti-counterfeit authenticity, hence the name Legitimate.
And some of the brands that you're working with.
Yeah, so we, some of them are under strict NDA right now, but we've worked with luxury French brands, Senrev, Faith Connection, and different kind of startup brands, but primarily we also recently launched a consumer marketplace where we work directly with physical artists who paint on canvas, do sculptures, people who have traditionally been left out of the digital NFT space. We help them back their products on-chain, create NFTs out of them, and auction them off as one-of-one NFTs. We call them physical NFTs.
Yeah. And I had a chance to look at some of them. They look really cool. So
Thank you.
On your website, it's drops.legitimate.tech.
Yeah. We actually just auctioned off 3 pieces of art from a legendary Brooklyn street artist. His name is Zimmer. So if any of you have some extra time this weekend and find yourself in Bed-Stuy, you'll notice one of the biggest Biggie murals in Bed-Stuy. And we actually worked with Zimmer, who painted that mural, to do an exclusive 3-piece collection that successfully sold out
Awesome.
2 weeks ago now.
Awesome, right around the corner. Thanks, Calvin. And we got Krishang.
Hello. Oh, that was way too close. Sorry about that. My name is Krishang. I'm the founding engineer of Third Web. We make it easy to build Web3 applications and experiences. What that means is if you are a developer, creator, or any kind of builder, and are looking to build any sort of Web3 experience, you'll find something in our toolset that'll help you get to production faster. That can be developer SDKs. If you are non-technical, that is our dashboard. If you are already integrated into other platforms, we probably already have built-out integrations with those platforms as well. So check us out, thirdweb.com. That is ThirdWeb, yeah.
Awesome. What's your user base like right now, and what are they doing with it?
So it's probably spread out everywhere. Leaving aside the names under NDAs, I think our biggest customer segment is startups getting into Web3 who want to go to production faster and push out proof of concepts and whatnot. We also work with a large suite of independent creators who want to own their own marketplaces and do not want to go externally to things like OpenSea and whatnot. So a lot of indie shops like those as well, as of now.
Okay, cool. And we've got Dio.
Hi, my name is Dio Adiosin. I am one of the co-founders of Glass.xyz. We are the first and category leading video NFT marketplace. So think of like any kind of video. You can, mint that on the ETH blockchain and get your community to collect it. And in the last 6 months, we've been dropping pretty consistently, and we've done about $1 million in sales for 94 creators, just selling their video NFTs directly to their communities. 3 weeks ago, we did a drop with Tim Lin, and he made like over $30,000 for a unreleased Bored Ape Yacht Club Unreal Engine music video. And we're starting to see all types of creators, from creators with 0 followers, creators with millions of followers, monetizing directly from their communities, and dropping on YouTube and Glass, but soon to be full Web3 in the future.
Super cool. I think the most interesting use case on Glass was, the artists, the music artists are using it. And you mentioned 27 Deli. And, a lot of musicians who start out, they often get into these unconscionable contracts with record labels who basically own them once they get an advance. But you're trying to put the control and rights in the hands of musical artists. And a great example is this artist. So tell us about it.
Yeah, 27 Deli, he was one of the first 3 creators that dropped on Glass. He dropped like a Spotify background visual on Glass, and he was able to make $10,000 from selling that right there. And he was originally going to sign to a label which offered him $10,000 to like control his like next 5 albums. And so dropping his NFT with Glass essentially allowed him to maintain ownership and like mastership records of all of his next albums, as well as monetize and get that money that helped him go on. So he's done 4 drops on Glass, made over $40,000, and that's all through video NFTs. And he's been able to stay independent and continue to build. He actually just dropped an EP last week with songs with ASAP 12, other artists, and he's going up because of directly going to his community rather than having labels fund him and then backstage him if he doesn't pop off in like 3 months. So it's been pretty much like that for every creator we've dropped with.
Well, so this kind of makes me think of like a TikTok that goes for sale as an NFT, and that's a little scary to me because so people are like, what happens when someone buys your video? It's not like they get the rights forever to your video, or do they?
It really depends on the creators, what the creator wants in terms of the relationship between their collectors. So one creator like Marky Basie sold a 101 music video NFT to one of his collectors, and the collector was able to go backstage at their concert. Some creators we've seen, give access to a private Discord. Some creators we've seen give access to like FaceTimes. Timbaland allowed BTS access to exclusive beats and exclusive just motivational Timbaland videos. And so really NFTs are just a container, almost like a shipping container, that allow for access and deeper connection between one fan or supporter and a creator.
But do they have rights in perpetuity over your image if they buy your video NFT?
No, I mean, no, they don't. So like, say like Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? When Timbaland bought a Bored Ape Yacht Club gave IP rights to all of those holders of that PFP, and so now Timbaland can go drop a music video with that Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT and sell that directly to his collectors and monetize off of that. Say I collected Timbaland's video, if Timbaland allows, could go and put that on YouTube and monetize directly from that. And so it all depends on what the creator decides to give up, whether it's giving up ownership of that file, allowing collectors to have full master IP rights to that file, or nothing.
Interesting. Well, I love the idea of raising money through NFTs, and I suppose, John, that's what you've been up to as well, in terms of being able to raise money or no. Sorry, wait, I'm thinking of Mia Kunis, because Mia Kunis, she started something called Stoner Cats, and she just wanted to be rid of the studios and create a cartoon where cats could swear, they could do drugs, they could do whatever they wanted, and then raise the money through NFTs and then have her audience dictate what happens in the shows. And you actually partnered with Mia, and you released your own series called The Gimmicks.
Yep.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, and so this project, The Gimmicks, was I can't say the long term. Hopefully we don't find ways to monetize with the audience. But initially, it was a free drop. And so when to your point, so Mila's first project was Stoner Cats. We're fortunate. We pitched. We're the creators of The Gimmicks, and we pitched it to Mila, and fortunately, she's like a creative force, but she's also someone that's very forward thinking and really wants to push the envelope in terms of like storytelling. I think she also very much believes in this idea of like traditional Hollywood has become this kind of private club in a lot of ways. And for if you're a new creator, you've got a new story to tell. It's very difficult to get something sold to really anybody, whether it's a streamer or you're a network. And then once you do that, you pretty much lose full control. So now you've got a team of kind of executives that are, your baby that gets to the studio might look very different if it even gets made, but there's a very good chance it just sort of sits as an option and never goes anywhere. So there are a lot of challenges for creators, specifically new creators in the system. And so I think for me, it's like, this is a big opportunity. And again, we saw what they did. They did with Stoner Cats, pitched her, and then this is her second project. And I think part of the learning was like, hey, let's do a project where we can make it accessible, because part of our thesis as a company is that entertainment's going to be the thing that takes Web3 mainstream. And that is very much what our company's about, and we believe that is going to be the future of Web3. And so if that's what you believe and you think Web3 entertainment's going to take Web3 mainstream, then our belief is you need to do projects that are accessible to everybody. And The Gimmicks, I think, really embodies that, because it was designed for degens, certainly because we knew those people would, come because of what the project and who's behind it. But we really wanted to attract normies and newbies. And so that's like this project, to attract as many people as we could, we actually drop for free. And the idea is that just come if you like the characters, you like the story. It's a very interactive project because token holders get to vote on the episode. So it's basically this like choose your own adventure experience. And we're doing weekly episodes that get voted on. We actually
have a clip, don't we?
Oh, yes, we have a clip. Yes, that's better than me talking about.
Why don't you set it up for us?
So this clip is an episode, and this was all voted on by the community, and this is actually a prison match. Again, so the series, we do an episode a week, and I don't know, for people that are familiar with animation generally takes a long time to do. So the fact that we're doing weekly episodes is a pretty big deal. And then the other thing that's a pretty big deal is that the episodes are all community driven. So this episode, I think, was like episode 6. In the previous episode, we put it out to the community, what do you want to happen next? And everybody voted on a prison match. So we got that information on a Tuesday, and then we got this episode done by that same Friday. And this is the result. And a disclaimer, because it's, this is the series, best way to describe it's like South Park meets WWE. So, viewer beware.
Play it.
Time for a little Shawshank Redemption, motherfucker. Aye, aye.
Stupid telemarketers. I can't really talk right now. Wait, I can save how much on my auto insurance?
It's almost over, baby. I can taste the fucking money and I can smell that new car scent. You're gonna win me all the money. Fucking finish him, buddy!
Did you fucking bet against Enzo?
I did it to save the promotion. Our promotion. The only baby we've ever had.
We have a daughter.
And this is how I find out?
Very cool, very cool. So tell us, what's so interesting is that the audience voted on this, the situation, or who won the match?
Yeah, so the episode, and just like a little bit of context.
And how many people are we talking?
So we have 5,000 token holders. And so a little context for the creative premise of the series. Again, it's like South Park meets WWE. It's voiced by the guys that voice the main characters are actually ex-WWE wrestlers. They're crazy talented as wrestlers in real life, but they're also great VO talent. The writers, it's Dave Eilenfeld and David Wright, and they used to write for Family Guy and Star Trek Lower Decks. And so there's this professional team that is behind this. And the premise of the series is really like this group of and I would never say this because one of the wrestlers, his name's Luke Gallo, and he's enormous. So I would never say it to him, but it's this like crew of like lovable losers that are really on their way to get back to relevance, get back to the main event, which is all about like second chances and sort of like David and Goliath type story, because they've got a wrestling upstart and it's called WWW, which is basically like a startup, and they're trying to compete with the big bad, incumbent, which is the Federation, which may or may not be based on the WWE, but that's kind of the premise.
I love it. Think of how Game of Thrones would have ended so much differently if people could have voted on how the finale went, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'll say this comment I got. Well, Fox Entertainment is also doing something similar. They're coming out with a series that people can buy NFTs for. I don't know if you can vote on the every weekly episode like you can, but they said that the leg up that they have is they've got huge distribution. They're a Murdoch Group company, and they've got a huge empire. Yeah. And so I guess how are you going to challenge that?
Yeah. So good question. So I'd say one, and like myself and Louisa, we come from the studio system. So we met at Warner Brothers. Before that, she was at Disney, and before that, I was at DreamWorks. So we understand how the studio system works and the networks. One, I would say like building IP, could be will take a bit of time is my guess, but I think where we're sort of different is, to your point, like we move very quickly, and then as far as distribution, we just announced a partnership with Hot Topic, so we're their official Web3 partner, and part of it, again going back to our thesis of entertainment will take Web3 mainstream. A big part of that is retail, and it's very hard to think of try to think of a franchise IP that didn't have a massive retail presence. So for us, this Hot Topic partnership, when you talk about distribution and eyeballs, they've got 11 million avid collectors. That's top of the funnel, and they're already collecting digital and physical products. So that's, to us, a big play for distribution and eyeballs. Also, it gives us physical and digital because they've got 800 stores, so now we can do digital sales and physical in-store activations. And then we're going to start to look at, how can we make, again, going back to this idea of, taking Web3 mainstream, how can you make buying an NFT as easy as buying a t-shirt in store? Well, I think, Hot Topic's a great partner to do that with. So that's one play for distribution. Another one, and this is a little alpha, we're in conversations with streaming partners now. So, I think all those things we, hopefully can address.
So we'll see Gimmicks, a streaming partner near you maybe in a few months.
Yep.
Krishan, I guess the same question, so you help folks with the developer tools maybe compete against the OpenSeas and the dominant NFT marketplaces out there, but how do you, I guess, get the traction if you're, a novice, a newcomer in this new industry that tends to favor celebrities and folks with huge followings?
I mean, Kevin Kelly has the phrase of 1,000 true fans. If you look at all the early NFT collections and anything published that has something to do with an NFT, it usually gains traction from people who are really passionate about whatever they're buying into. And that's what we've experienced at ThirdWeb. Whenever we get customers looking to build out Web3 experiences, it is not for 1 million people. Most of the times, it is usually for 1,000 tight fans that they have direct reach to. As far as our customers is thinking of utility, it's been different from what we've seen from things like Bored Ape Yacht Club. Collections like Bored Ape Yacht Club have sold NFTs for an expensive price and sort of tried to backfill value, make it up to the people who paid thousands of dollars to get their NFTs. And that has sort of come out to be a very backwards way of thinking about utility. I think how our customers have started to think about utility is how can NFTs be a vehicle for customer acquisition more than making money upfront. And that's sort of the main difference I've seen between the folks working with us trying to go for or tackling the OpenSeas out there. It's a more longer-term strategy. It's not the short-term play of hacking away all the money they can get and making it up to the users later on. It's more so doing free drops and having the users stick because you are providing some kind of concrete value later on.
Cool. And Calvin, you're unique among the group because you're actually the only one building on Avalanche right now. Everyone is like moving toward it and thinking about it.
It's a work in progress. It's not something that has been announced yet, but I guess now we've announced it. So hello.
Well,
if we hit 6,000 followers in the next 20 minutes on Twitter, we're going to launch on Avalanche today. That was a joke, by the way.
Fair enough.
Not joking.
Well, I love that with the technology you're working with, you're actually embedding some sort of the NFTs in the canvases of the paintings. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so I think John brought up something really interesting earlier when he brought up Hot Topic in terms of physical distribution. He said, how can we make buying an NFT as easy as buying a t-shirt, right? And I think that's the main distinction that we're trying to solve here is that like at the end of the day, an NFT is really just a record of ownership. It's a certificate of ownership, certificate of provenance. So what we do is we work with brands and manufacturers to add technology and hardware directly into products themselves so that you can actually buy an NFT as easy as buying a t-shirt. So you go to Hot Topic, you buy a t-shirt, you scan our tag, uses our legit technology, you're able to unlock an NFT, and from that it gets you access to behind the scenes community, behind the scenes exclusive access, etc. At the end of the day, a lot of people wonder like what this is useful for, and most people don't realize that like actually a lot of products out there are counterfeit. So in terms of for example, any NFT collection, you could print. We say, oh, you can't right-click save as an NFT very easily. But for what it's worth, the counterfeit merch industry, at least on the luxury side, is $500 billion plus, right, in market cap per year. So you really think about the sheer number of fake Gucci, fake Louis Vuitton, fake even like South Park or like any other kind of graphic t-shirts out there. And it's contributing not only a lot of monetary waste, but a lot of economic and sustainability waste too. So we help brands really authenticate and tokenize and digitize their physical products in a way that is accessible and understandable by end users.
And you're also really focused in the luxury market in particular, right?
Yeah, so primarily luxury and like streetwear. I think one of our biggest kind of sells and go-to-markets is the anti-counterfeit technology. How do you prove that what you're buying is real, and how do you prove that you actually own a real item? And for the most part, there's a lot of that activity in streetwear, in luxury. The name legitimate really came from the idea of a legit check. So for those of you who do flip sneakers, buy sneakers, there are whole subreddits dedicated to checking whether or not sneakers are legit. And people just post pictures of sneakers and ask the community to verify, hey, does this look authentic? And what we're coming in and doing is saying, no, you could actually prove on a blockchain that, hey, this product is authentic.
Cool. And I guess, Dio, along the similar theme here, if you're a newcomer, a new artist who wants to raise money and get a following, it's hard to compete with the Timbalands out there and their latest drops. So what's your advice to those new and up-and-coming artists?
It's literally like the best time ever to be a creator right now, because Web3, kind of like what John was saying, entertainment and fun videos like that is going to be what brings everybody to Web3. And as a young creator, you can really focus on a core community, like 10 of your closest friends, then 100 of their closest friends, and like within the span of like 2 to 3 weeks, you'll have a community of like 100 to 200 followers on Twitter. Like starting from 0 followers, you could drop an NFT, 10 editions, 0.1 ETH, you can make $1,200 right there in 3 weeks from that community of 200 followers, and start to focus fully on that small community. So the 1,000 true fans thesis, where if you have 1,000 true fans that want to support you with $100, you can make $100,000 on one video. That's kind of how you should be thinking as a young creator. You should just be thinking, how can I get 100 people that really love what I do, that just love the energy behind me, what I'm doing, and are here to support me for any potential video I drop, whether it's a music video, a video of my mom, some video of me at the beach, any type of video, a cartoon or whatever. And so you really want to focus on finding those true fans. It's really just teaching creators that who watches your video is more important than how many views your videos get. And if you have, like the whole crypto space is like a small niche of like billions and almost trillions of dollars. And so everybody in crypto wants to see a new star in a Web3 medium. And if people are considering Glass.xyz kind of like that new YouTube, it's like, who's going to be the Mr. Beast? Who's going to be Marquise Brownlee? Who's going to be the Gary Vee? There's so many types of jobs that you can do and bring a camera with you and record it on camera that people will want to see. And so at Glass, like, we've done multiple monetization models, auctions, editions, liquid editions, and we think, moving, from ETH to Solana, maybe, AVAX after that opening it up slowly and slowlier is just going to allow those creators to, grow that fan base from, 50 followers on Twitter to 100 to 150, 200, 300. And I've seen creators who've gone from 0 followers on Twitter in March to dropping on Glass, making $1,000 from, and they only have 252 followers. And so, of course, the same rules apply, where it's like, work on your craft, establish great relationships, and make the best video product you can make. But the difference here is now it's going to be minted on the blockchain, and you can make way more money faster.
It's interesting you say that now is a great time for people to get into crypto, NFTs and whatnot, because we're in the middle of a crypto winter. I'm talking all week long about like Celsius going bankrupt, Voyager going bankrupt, 3 Arrows Capital insolvent, and Terra Luna, in the dumps. So, and Bitcoin down like 70–80% from all-time highs. So, are you saying, how is the NFT space going right now? Just curious, are you seeing volumes down? Like, how do you survive the crypto winter? And I guess it's a question for everyone here.
So we see a lot of creators collecting NFTs from other creators because they understand the effort that a creator has to put into the craft. We also see, bigger whales who are spectating to see if, music NFTs is the next wave. We're starting to, music, I'd say 80% of all the videos on Glass right now are music videos. And collectors, investors, sharks, they're always looking for the next thing. So I would say volume is a little bit more down, but it's actually really, really good because it allows you to get to that bull case that comes around 2025 where it's like you've built up over the past years doing this. It's like Beeple sold for 69 million, but he made a photo for 15 years every single day. And so it's always a great time to be a creator.
I might have a little bit of a different opinion here. I think as a whole, we sensationalize numbers and headlines, and that's kind of just what sticks with the mainstream consumers. That's also why a lot of NFT projects come off as scammy. I think that underlying all of what's going on right now, there's actual value in what we're building, whether it's community, whether it's ownership rights. And the sooner we stop talking about a 70% dip in Bitcoin prices, the better. Having been through 3 crypto market cycles now, it's really just cyclical, and like honestly, we don't really even bat an eye at that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I was just going to say, we again, our projects are really about interactive storytelling and community experiences, and clearly, I think the market's going through a bit of growing pains. But for us, we're seeing. A lot of the utility that we've built, we do this thing called I can't make this up, but it's called a dick punch. And we're not total barbarians because we spell it differently, so it's DIC for decentralized inclusive community. And essentially what it is, it's as far as we've been told, it's the first on-chain social layer. And what it does is it allows the NFT holders to dick punch each other, and then it makes your NFT dynamic. So now your NFT will notch how many dick punches you've given or received. And it really is gamified the community, and people love it. And we're nearing 1 million dick punches on chain. And I can't make it up. And we're also averaging over 70,000 on-chain actions per week. So again, going back to what we're trying to build, for us, it's not about day trading, speculation. It's about, hey, we're building a community that people that love the gimmicks, or they love the next project we're going to do, and they love the characters, they love the world, they love the creators behind it, they want to be part of it, they want to dick punch each other, they want to direct message each other. That's awesome. Come and have fun. And I think that's what we're trying to build with our kind of projects.
Krishan, last word.
Could I go? Oh, perfect. I think the question to ask yourself is whether, are you a business or are you a crypto business? Are you an artist or are you a crypto artist? There is a way to separate your work, yourself, from whatever speculation is going on. So if you're a builder, a developer, an artist, or any builder of any sort, if you're wondering how to separate yourself from speculation, my man Pat's going to raise his hand in the back there. Speak to him, speak to me. I'd love to speak to y'all. I don't get to do that on the stage, but I'll be out there soon.
Awesome, guys. You have really fascinating projects, and I'm just really excited about it because, I've been talking about TradeFi going down all the last couple of months, but in the NFT world, you guys have been building and growing organically your audiences and communities, so it's been really awesome to see. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Yeah, it was great. Good job with that. They were very competitive.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, no, they're definitely aware of what we're doing. So
Hello, hello. All right, another round of applause for our amazing NFT panel. All right. It's always amazing hearing the utility and how people are flexing and going beyond that first point of sale. I hope you guys learned a lot. So we have covered DAOs and NFTs, and next we are doing investing in the next phase of Web3 games. We have an amazing group of people, so please join me in welcoming them up to the stage. Thanks, guys.
Steve.
All right, thank you for joining us today. I am Jacqueline Melnick. I'm a senior crypto reporter at TechCrunch, and I just figured everyone could introduce themselves. So go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian Johnson. I'm a partner at Republic Capital. I focus on the crypto and the gaming side of the fund.
Mark Stanwyck. I'm one of the co-founders of Avalanche. Avalanche does public fundraising and incubation for projects in the Avalanche ecosystem.
Avalanche. I'm Greg Gottman. I'm the CMO of Anchor and KR. We're an infrastructure company that helps most blockchains out there run their node infrastructure, and we also have a gaming SDK that takes Web 2 games and really easily ports them over to Web 3. We also offer like a subnet as a service offering, and so a lot of games have come to us recently to help them port their games over, and we also cut checks. So we see a lot of things, I would say.
I guess to start, because you guys all come from like different angles and sectors of the crypto market, can you give like a general overview or thesis of like how you invest in like Web3 games?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Keep it short though.
Yeah. We, on our side, we're, even in the bull market, we were very careful on the gaming side. We felt that the market was very saturated and still pretty much is. On our side, we were really focused on where we saw the big studios coming in and what would be the infrastructure that they would adopt. That's why we got really excited about subnets, is the merge, or I would say the marriage of public chains and private chains, and the use of that infrastructure on the subnet level is, I think, very attractive to these studios that really want to control their IP more so in a private environment where they can kind of decide what goes on, what's has to can go off chain or go say bridge to Ethereum and so forth, and basically the user-friendly experience too, because crypto is very, I would say it has a high learning curve. It's very scary to the new users. I remember when I first got into crypto, it was a very new world, and just the private key aspect was very scary with different chains, and trying out all that stuff was definitely a high learning curve. And so making that easier through the subnet level, at least, is making it so gamers don't have to pay for transaction fees or worry about their private keys, I think is very attractive to those studios. And so that's one of the aspects that we look for.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Focusing on the larger game producers and some like historical momentum there. The GameFi is interesting because it's one of these things that at this point feels very commonplace, but in the grand scheme of things, at this level, it's not that old. So there's been a quick evolution of the way these things are being built and who's building them. So originally, we were looking at and interested in teams that seemed to be really curious about some of the problems that presented themselves earlier on. So teams that seem to be very invested in looking at the little hindsight that we had and saying, how are we going to think about this in new and interesting ways, right? Because the in-game economies became problematic quickly. So that was one part of it. And then as time progressed, you did see more traditional players start to move in, and that was obviously very exciting, that kind of validation. So we do try and focus on that stuff as well. But because it's so new, again, overarching kind of thesis for us is who is aware of and really excited about solving problems that we know are already present. And that seems like a strong place to start to work from.
Very similar, we take a evolving with the market approach. And so when anything's hitting, we're on board with it. As things start to fall apart, we're off board with it. And so like in the beginning when gaming, it was just so exciting. People come to us mostly because they need help with their infrastructure. And so we become very strategic investors if we feel like we can strategically help them and help them with our relationships with all the different blockchains, with our relationships with exchanges, with our, if we're going to be their node provider and a lot of their infrastructure provider, we're happy to take a deep partnership with them with these games. And we were, I'd say, much more fluid with the games early on as the whole industry was booming. And then as things started to tighten up, you tighten up as well. And so I think that we don't take probably as many bets as the larger VCs and take as big of checks, but we cut 50 to 250, and we take a very hands-on approach with our kids. The games that we let in. And it's worked out pretty well so far. I mean, hopefully we'll see where things go from here.
I guess because the current market has been a little bit crazy recently, has there been any change for any of you three for your investment strategies? Are there certain Web3 games you're looking to invest in now that you weren't in the past? And what's kind of the dynamic now? Has it shifted?
I can start. On our side, it hasn't really shifted at all. We were very careful in our thesis on this side. We see on our side, just from we have our advisory arm and then we have our capital arm, and just on those two alone, we'll see maybe 100 or so projects a month, and many of those are games and metaverses, and I would say 1 out of 100 makes it to the next step on our side. And really, looking at just how history has played out in gaming, especially, I think it's sort of playing out the same way that it did in the 80s, where you had this huge concentration of different games. The market was super saturated with a bunch of different consoles. Atari had 5 different consoles, and there was the, I'm drawing a blank right now, but Sega had 3 different other ones, and it was a boom and a bust. And what saved gaming back then was protection of IP by Nintendo and requiring that they had these chips in their cartridges. And so they basically consolidated, one console, the Famicom and the Nintendo Entertainment System, and basically licensing out their IP so you could, they basically decided who built on their console, and then you had the huge growth in the industry that we see today. I think it's all playing out the same way here in crypto. You have, I've seen a couple projects where founders just have no experience in the gaming space, and they're maybe they're on their roadmap is looking to hire a dev from the gaming side, and those are really just too risky for us on our side. So we look really, at the end of the day, crypto and traditional investing kind of are the same at the seed stage, where you really look at the founders. You look at the market, you look at their roadmap and what's their strategy, their history, and you really just play it out there. Also, is the game going to be fun? Is in the market side of things, gaming sort of has this trend following where zombies are hip for a time, dinosaurs are hip for a time, creative games are hip. So it's what is the trend following to, and are they, too late? Are they too early? Or, if we had to guess, where is that trend going? So, having that all play out, and really just also, working closely with the founders is putting that huge recipe together is really how we decide on our side. It's a lot, but it's worked out on our side for the most part.
So the question related to where we're at in the market and if we are looking at things differently, I mean, yes, because you kind of have to. The conditions sort of force you to pay more close attention, sort of whether you like it or not, right? Everyone just kind of tightens up. So there's always that element to it. But bull or bear or more neutral conditions, with gaming in particular, again, we have some benefit of history and hindsight now. So more so than the market, the bar is just going up with the gaming, and that's what we're paying attention to, and it's kind of independent of the market. So we do consider, the appetite of retail and valuations and things like that, and that does change some, because better markets can take care of a lot of stuff for you. Whether that's good or bad is a different question. But we have not changed much, except we have more information now about games, and what people are responding to and what people like, and more and more people coming into the space that do have more experience and that are smart and creative, and so just more opportunity to look at it in different ways, and it just feels sort of removed from the market in that way.
Yeah, so I think our thesis from the beginning has been always that gaming will be a huge part of this industry, and it will be something that hits the industry faster than the metaverse, which we see is a little bit further out there. DeFi kind of already hit, and will probably hit, but gaming is going to be the next big growth market. We still believe that pretty inherently. We don't really see a lot of people in Web3 that know gaming, and we don't see a lot of Web2 gaming people that understand Web3. And so we spent a lot of effort. We've been working on it for close to 8 months now on this Web2 to Web3 SDK. It plugs right into Unity, Unreal, works in the dev environment, and allows Web2 game designers to build Web3 games, ideally with us helping them along the way too. And that's we're a dev tooling company. That's what we do. And so that thesis we still hold pretty strong to as well. Valuations have come down just as market cycles come down. That stuff's just kind of normal in the industry, and that will go back up. But what we've really seen is in the beginning, people got away with a lot of these fuzzier tokenomics, same as in DeFi, where we just had such a wild bull market that anything goes, and it's kind of fun, and everyone wins, and WAGMI is the thing, and everyone's just money in the air everywhere. But now, in the game design that we're seeing and the people we're talking to, the tokenomics look much different. It's a lot more about making a much less inflationary in-game token. There's a lot of thought process that goes into exactly what's for purchase, what's not for purchase, the dual economy system. And so that product market fit of the tokenomics, as well as the fun gameplay, is the two things that we're still seeing get flushed out right now. And we're there for it, but we're not the best at it. We're exploring it as well. But in general, the core thesis of gaming being the next major driver for this industry is we still believe pretty inherently on.
I remember when I first started covering Web3 gaming, Axie Infinity was the massive game that everyone references all the time. And at the time it was oh, you could have a whole salary covering or playing their game. And now, as you all know, it's plummeted. I guess what about that made the game, one, so appealing, and two, fail? And then as investors in the space, what are you looking at to make sure that doesn't happen with something you're investing in?
Yeah, for Axie Infinity, it was a first mover advantage, I'd say. I mean, there were other games as well, but it was the one that definitely took off. And it was definitely in the peak, or no, I'm sorry, the beginning of the bull cycle. And so it kind of rode that wave from our standpoint, and really just from the get-go, you could see that the token economics were broken. In terms of just what gamers want and what gamers love is just, that barrier to entry to not be there. And with Axie Infinity, at one point I think it was $3,000 just to play the game. I mean, if anyone thinks that that is a sound model, I think you have to reassess just, your outlook on this stuff. And it wasn't sustainable, and you really, if you looked under the hood, you could see that yes, it was bringing people out of poverty. It was a great story, but it wasn't sustainable, and you just had no one in the middle actually just playing the game for fun. You had the whales on one side buying up all the SPL from the farmers. You had the guilds just farming it up like crazy, farming up the Axie NFTs, and it just it had to come crumbling down at some point, and just it did. And so the way we avoid that on our side, we have our advisory arm where we have a partnership with a JV with FTX and Galaxy, where we help build some of these games and these token economics out. And actually, one thing that we do recommend sometimes to these games, these developers and these studios is like, do you actually need a token sometimes? Would you just need an NFT marketplace? Because at the end of the day, like, does your game need a token? And so that's one thing we ask. Like, maybe you should launch the game first before launching a token and see if it all plays out, and just have your NFT marketplace, and maybe you just accept USDC for your NFTs as well. And I mean, we have a couple games that we're working on that are coming out. One is a battle royale that actually has that model, and another one actually is launching a sort of mini game. So there actually is a utility with their token before they launch, say, on Xbox and PlayStation, which they plan to do next year. So really helping out, being really hands-on with our portfolio companies as well, making sure that those mistakes don't happen, because we have an idea of what works right now, and it's all an experiment still. It's still super early, but definitely you can see, learn from the failures.
Yeah, so Axie's an interesting one because it's one that everyone knows and kind of kicked all this stuff off. But I think like inadvertently kind of set the wrong frame for gaming in general, and like the expectations of what crypto games should be. So the people playing Axie, in the beginning, they might not have been gamers. They were just people that happened to be in crypto looking for yield and things to do. And if Axie hadn't come along at that point, it's likely they would have just been doing something else in crypto, right? So I think it had this sort of side effect of establishing a really, really funny frame and expectation of these games, which, like Brian pointed out, everyone could see what wasn't sustainable. So when it comes to solving that, I guess, I think it's more about a better understanding of the way players actually need to and should be rewarded for games to be fun and different than what you might see in Web 2. And the way they built the token and the inflation had, all of these teams thereafter trying to crack this problem. And I'm not sure that solving that problem actually achieved the goal that they really needed to achieve, which was maybe building better games that were only marginally better than Web 2 in terms of the rewards and things like that. So more so than how are we going to fix making sure that everyone gets their mortgage every month and the game stays sustainable. It's like looking at what do we really expect from these games, and what do we need from them to drive Web3 gaming forward?
Yeah, I think that Axie served its purpose really well. It brought GameFi to the masses, which is what it was supposed to do. It was an innovative new thing for everyone. It made a dual token system, which was awesome. We think gaming guilds never made sense to us. We've always kind of been like, this just as a whole thing for the ecosystem doesn't make sense. We think they die. They only work in unsustainable models like what Axie had with the $3,000 entry point. And the future of this is, as we see it, and again, we don't think that there's a lot of Web 2 people that understand Web 3, and there's not a lot of Web 3 people that understand gaming, and so there's this middle ground that still needs help. So we work very hard on trying to build developer tools that make it seamless for these Web 2 games to be into Web 3. And those are also the games we want to invest in, where people don't really realize they're playing a Web 3 game until at some point they're able to realize how much money is in their account and cash it out in some way, and then it's a big thing. We're not sure what that looks like at the moment, but what we think, the way Axie did it was just basically brute force, just going to play a bunch and you're going to earn money this way. We don't think that's actually what it looks like. Our core belief is it's going to look something more competitive. There's going to be tournament style where there's a big tournament, good players can earn money. I don't think gaming is going to be everyone who plays gets rich. I think it's going to be good players get rich. And so the tournament model we see now in in these like large stadiums and stuff like that with like professional gamers and stuff like that, people will be able to earn the same, kind of thing from home with good tokenomics and potentially maybe even like some betting infrastructure on top of it, which we think would be really fun in the future. So we're looking to invest in that as well.
Yeah, I guess going off of that, that was going to be my next question, kind of like, obviously games over time, they update, they change, they take out elements, they put new ones in, or they keep certain foundational parts to it. But what are some aspects that you expect to see in these future Web3 games?
Ooh. In the future, I would say, it's tough to predict, but I do see the private chains playing out more so where the studios have control over it and protect the users and protect the gamers. On the betting side, we've invested in a couple different betting D-apps or games that involve betting, and like Zedrun, for instance. They're actually a client on our side, on the token economic side. And I do see that being played more out in terms of just everyday gambling and casinos as well, like a decentralized casino of sorts. And you can see that playing out in the metaverse too, like where there's games being built inside these metaverses. More so casinos, I think, are the real stickiness and popular ones right now. I think you can see from just the user count of the early ones that they're not very fun, and so there's little to do in there. And so I think it's too early to see how it plays out in terms of the metaverse and just the tech there. And then on the side of I forgot what I was going to say afterwards, but keep going. Maybe I'll remember.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday. I'm so tired.
I think Greg made a good point about more skill, entertaining to watch, tournament type games. I think that will become bigger. And again, I think there will be some kind of move away from tremendous yields in these games, and you'll start to see people focus on other parts of blockchain and crypto that make new things possible in games. So the way communities can interact directly with teams to create what the game is. Assets owned, by the team. By the community as a result of their participation in the team, and mechanics and experiences that are only possible on blockchain. So I think more creative thinking around different areas of blockchain outside of return is what I would anticipate we see a lot more of.
So there's this concept in standard gaming that the game isn't as much fun if you could just buy your way to the front, kinda. And so even in like your Farmvilles and things like that, you were just paying for a lot of times like getting like the time getting less. So you could just like, but you still had to put the time in to build. And so in a lot of these crypto games right now with the NFTs, you could just like buy the most powerful NFT and you're immediately like the best player and go in and start killing everyone who like really plays time. So we think there's going to be. We're playing around a lot right now in the experimentation phase of gaming with the tokenomics and how we play with all these assets and monetize them. And no one knows what they're doing. And everyone's just kind of like just doing what everyone else does. But we do think it goes back towards more traditional gaming and a lot of the mechanics and things that they've figured out that we're not putting forward at the moment yet. And so even though it's going to be play to earn, because we have incentive mechanisms in Web3 which are great, that's what drives the industry. The incentives are going to be more based around good gameplay than based around just any play, and more based around rewarding good gamers than just like anyone who wants to throw money at the game and like beat everyone else. And so like right now we're just kind of in like this like experimentation monetization phase, and then once we have the right product market fit, this is also very similar to how traditional gaming was when free-to-play started. Everyone thought free-to-play was a joke. Traditional gaming industry wasn't into free-to-play. And then like little by little they figured out the product market fit, and then free-to-play ended up being the biggest thing in the traditional gaming now. So we think it probably mirrors very similar to like what happened 10 years ago when the app stores came out.
All right. And I guess one of my last questions for you guys is, the common phrase of getting the next billion users into a certain space in crypto. How do we get the next billion users into Web3 gaming? And also, how do you get those Web2 gaming studios to really take this seriously? And I know some of them are currently, but I think there's also a hesitancy among the overall audience. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm curious, like, what are your thoughts, or where does the responsibility lie on this?
Yeah, I think it comes with IP and what gamers are used to, legacy IP that is. So we invested in a recent layer 1 called Oasis, and basically it was backed by Bandai, Sega, Square Enix, and they're for the first time going to be validators on this chain. And so they're basically, it's basically all the founders are from Japan, and they're all game studio developers. And so they basically all banded together after just 2 years of discussion and decided to just build this chain together, and where it's basically a blend of private and public, where it's an EVM on one side and then roll-ups on the other. And so it can, bridge to Avalanche or ETH or what have you. And the idea is that they will control these rollups and pay for the rollup fees, and so they feel like they trust it because they can put their IP on it. Say if an NFT gets stolen or something, it's just like Web 2 where they can, burn that NFT then and then reimburse the gamer. So they want that unique user experience where they feel like their fans are being taken care of. And so I think you have to, even though there is the push for decentralization, it's a marriage at the end of the day of decentralization and privatization. And I think that's how you get the next billion users on, is where you have, there's thousands of fans of, you name it, Ubisoft is going to be a validator on it. Assassin's Creed has millions and millions of fans. If they build an NFT marketplace or a game that's based on Assassin's Creed and where you own your assets now, I could see a lot of users going over there. And with the roll-up structure that they have, you shouldn't have to worry about transaction fees. And I think that's how you get the next users onboarded. And then afterwards, after they get comfortable, then they try out the degen strats and bridging all over and swapping NFTs and such.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that, and I think the responsibility, I think in part, is on the community, in as much as we all take on that with relation to any crypto vertical, doing good work and pushing for actual change and these kinds of things. But I also believe that it falls largely on the game teams and developers to build experiences that rival the really, really popular experiences that have already adopted millions of users. And there is, as we've had the opportunity to work with larger game studios and the incumbents, and it's obvious that there is like a general skepticism and mistrust of crypto and Web3 in general, and chipping away at that and breaking that down is important. And I don't think it's something that needs to happen all at once, and it will probably happen slowly. There's a game that's being built on Avalanche called Shrapnel. And this is, a tried and true AAA first-person shooter. And these guys come from the world of traditional game development, and the way that they're able to put this game together and interact with the community and not do it in a silo, and get real-time feedback and be inspired by that. This is a very different experience for these guys. And so it changes how they work and build. And you have one team like that does that, and I think that can start to inspire a lot of others. So sometimes it just takes one, and you're able to grow and build from that.
Yeah, pretty bullish on Shrapnel. I do think that the game that ends up being the next million user game, the ones that make it through, they do take the community first route. They do take the Web3 first route. I don't think any of these traditional big companies coming in, the Ubisofts and stuff like that, are going to figure it out. Every big company that's come into Web3 for the last, every year for the last 4 or 5 years, they get it wrong. Time and time again, they just do not get how we work. They don't get the whole thing. They think they're smarter than us, and then they fail. They don't connect. And so I think it's going to happen also with traditional gaming companies. The model is different. Our industry is different. And so the one that makes it is going to be one that takes a Web3 first model, community first model, similar to travel. The one that really builds the community in the Discord, that understands how tokenomics work, how building token communities, token launches. This is as much a part of running a successful thing on the outside as the gaming part is. And so, as an ethos, the next 1 million, the big game that we think is going to be a combination of a founding team from a big gaming studio and also traditional people that have been in Web3 for a while and can kind of bridge the gap and do both to make a great user experience game and then make something that resonates with the crypto community the right way.
Also, I think one thing you're going to see next year with subnets is games launched on Xbox and PlayStation that actually have the blockchain component underneath. I can't say which game it is yet because they're supposed to announce it in August, but there is one that's building a subnet on Avalanche. It's going to plan to launch on Xbox, PlayStation. They've actually talked to Xbox too, and they're actually okay with the blockchain component underneath. I mean, in the end, it's in the settings of the game. So if you want to say go to your hot wallet address, you just type in the settings, what your address is, and they'll send it for you because they control the subnet, so they pay for the fees for whatever you want to send to your hot wallet. So I think in the end, blockchain should, not always, but there are on-chain games, but for the most part on the free-to-play side should be just an afterthought.
It's very cool. I haven't seen a lot of those things.
I'll tell you which one. I'll tell you which one.
Tell me that one, yeah.
All right, great.
It's not shrapnel.
All right, well, Brian, Mark, Greg, thank you so much for taking the time to talk today, and thank you everyone else for listening in.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Thank you guys for sticking around. Give it one more time for the last panel. Give them a round of applause. Thank you guys. All right, we have a couple more items left today. I know we're getting to the end of the event, so really appreciate everyone that's been sticking around all weekend. My name is Kyle. I run social here at Avalanche, so good to see you all. So yeah, we have a really special guest coming up next. This is really exciting to have. He spoke at Summit as well, but definitely someone that has done a lot for the Avalanche platform and the Avalanche protocol. So next up, I really want to welcome to the stage Steven Butolf. He is the Chief Protocol Architect, and he's going to talk to us about Avalanche platform, Avalanche Go, and what's coming up next with them. So give it up for Steven.
Thank you very much. So I was told to dress up for this today, so I got my presentation flip-flops on, and thank you. I also got my water here in case I get thirsty. Repeat Patrick's amazing water presentation. Today I'm going to be talking about how Avalanche consensus works specifically for Snowman chains. So I'm going to be trying to go all the way from Snowball consensus all the way through to Snowman++. I won't go too deep into the weeds, but hopefully it'll kind of give a high-level explanation of how the core protocol works. Before that, I think I should probably reintroduce myself. I know Kyle gave a great little introduction, but my name's Steven Butolf. My title is Chief Protocol Architect at Ava Labs, which is very amorphous, at least to me. So what that really means is that I'm the lead developer of Avalanche Go, which actually means I barely code anymore and I just do PR review. So in my free time, I focus on designing some new protocols. So that's where the protocol architect kind of comes in. But in my primary interest is really consensus and data structures. Also known to talk about some random sampling for hours. So if you ever want to talk extreme detail of how sampling is done in Avalanche consensus, feel free to ask me afterwards. It probably doesn't fit for this kind of venue, but maybe. So in this workshop, I'm going to try to pack as many memes in as possible. I think that that's the most effective way of distributing information, but there's also going to be a decent amount of text, so we'll see how it goes. I tried to go like 50-50, but I'm going to start off talking about binary consensus. I know that I should be looking at this screen here, but it's so nice to look up there. So first I'm going to talk about binary consensus, just kind of what that is. I'm going to continue into multi-value consensus. In Avalanche, multi-value consensus, how it's actually implemented is probably different than some kind of naive implementations. So I'm going to talk about why that's the case with the multicolor problem, binary decomposition, which is how we solve that problem. Going to go into pipeline voting, which is mainly an optimization of the voting process, which goes through into Snowman, and finally Snowman++. So hopefully I won't go too overtime, or we'll see how it goes. So binary consensus, the first question is kind of just what is that? So binary consensus is essentially deciding between two different choices. So I like to think, for example, the red pill, blue pill, it fits in with the color scheme that we're going to be continuing with the rest of the presentation of picking either red or blue. One key thing to keep in mind, is there is no correct choice in consensus. You just have to pick a single value. This trips up a lot of people because they think that you need to decide like the right transaction in the protocol, or like you have to either accept or reject something. In reality, we're just trying to pick something. We don't care what it is. So this results in, hopefully, the entire network deciding on the same exact value. So if a correct node decides on red, then everyone in the network should decide on red. You can't have a diverged acceptance. So how does snowball consensus solve this binary consensus problem? Initially, we don't care about which color we end up selecting. So off the start, off rip, the nodes will just prefer one of the colors. It doesn't matter which ones. The nodes will then perform repeated sampling. So they will basically attempt to switch their color to whatever the majority color is in the network. So even if the network is evenly split to start, we can actually show that the network will very rapidly decide one of the values. So a little graphical example here. We have the worst case scenario. So these are all nodes. In the worst case scenario, the nodes are 50-50 split. So half of them prefer red initially, half of them prefer blue initially. So we see this one node that's performing this sample. So it's sampling 2 blue nodes and 1 red node, which means that it's going to change its preference to blue. That process repeats, and as soon as the network is biased in one direction or another, we'll see that it actually extremely rapidly terminates into the whole network deciding that color. So that's binary consensus, but what if we tried kind of more values than that? So for example, if we had like a deck of cards, we need to pick one of the cards. There's 52 choices. If we, I always have problems with the clicker at these, but anyways, we don't, again, there's no correct answer. We just need to pick a card, any card in the deck. Again, you should result in picking everyone in the network picking the same card. That is a core idea of consensus. So a naive implementation of snowman consensus, multi-value consensus, would say that you could just initially pick one of the colors again at random, continue to do the sampling, trying to adopt the majority color. But we'll actually notice that in some cases, the nodes don't actually end up converging to a color. So we can see here, in the worst case scenario now, every node in the network has its own color. And when you perform this sample, now we're sampling teal, blue, and pink. But there's no actual preference here. There's no majority. So you see that the node ends up remaining unchanged. And no matter how much you repeat this process, you'll still remain unchanged. So that sucks. Not great. Borderline useless. So we need to fix that. But don't worry, there's a lot of options. So I'm going to focus on the option that we ended up deciding on doing, but there's actually a bunch of other options that could be used to try to solve this. Hopefully, I'll have some time for questions at the end if you want to ask about other ideas, or if you see me after, feel free. But the actual problem that we call this is the multicolor problem. And essentially, as the percentage of nodes that share a color goes to 0, then the percentage or the probability of termination also goes to 0, which is a very problematic observation for our system. So whenever I face a tough problem originally in engineering, I feel like it's my duty to try to avoid it at all costs. It's kind of that lazy coder in me. So what we end up deciding to do is, well, rather than deciding on one of these 52 cards, why don't we first try to decide, is it like a spade or club slash heart or I don't know, the diamond. So what we end up doing is we essentially instantiate multiple instances of binary consensus by dividing the set into halves. And then we will repeat that process until there's only one choice remaining. So now the example we had before with a bunch of competing colors. So these aren't nodes anymore. These are just kind of like colors that could be proposed. We're going to first decide if we want one of the left half of colors or the right half of colors. So in this case, we're going to say we run the binary consensus that we already know how to do. We're going to decide on the right half, and then we are going to reinstantiate a new binary consensus instance, picking left half, right half. We go to the left half again, and left half again, and we ended up deciding on, in this case, teal. So now we have this very general way of deciding from multiple values a single value. So we call this snowball binary decomposition. Because, I don't know, it's a pretty good name. I don't know, I came up with in the actual Avalanche network, blocks are voted on by hash. So we use a cryptographic hash functions, normal like SHA-256. So it's 256 bits. So we perform consensus bit by bit as we move through. So 256 bits, really, I really tried, guys, but it didn't work on the slide. So I'm just going to do a 2-bit example, and I think that'll flow. But in this case, we essentially have the last accepted block, and we're trying to move forward. So if the first bit of the block hash in this 2-bit example is a 1, then that means that it's either going to be block 2 or block 3, so it's on the right side. And if it's a 0, it's going to be either block 0 or block 1. So you can essentially have, in this case, 3 binary snowball instances. The first one deciding the first bit, and then after you decide that, you will decide either the second bit as either 0 or 1. So one kind of interesting question that comes out of this is the performance. I think some of you might have already kind of come to the question of, you're turning a consensus problem where you have to decide the next block into 256 consensus problems. So that ends up being potentially problematic. So, yeah, we end up just doing that. And you might follow up and say, well, isn't that kind of slow, running 256 consensus instances one after another? Because consensus is a hard problem. And the answer to that is yes, it is. It's really, really slow, actually. Increasing your confirmation time from 1 second to 256 seconds in the happy path is suboptimal. So what we end up doing is we actually try to optimize this decomposition. So a key realization to have is that we don't necessarily have to vote over every bit, because not every bit has conflicts. So in expectation, based off of how many conflicts are actually issued into the network, the number of bits that you're going to have to decide on is logarithmic. So in the case that you have a collision in the last bit, that's actually equally as likely as having a hash collision, which all crypto systems just ignore, right? So clearly there's some way to optimize this process. So if we revisit our 2-bit example, but this time we're going to simplify it a little bit and only have 3 blocks, we can see how this process could get optimized. Where now, if we decide left, because in this example the difference is that we don't have a block 1 anymore. So if we decide left initially, we're immediately accepting block 0. Whereas if we decide right, then we still have to follow the path down. So in this case, we can see the number of consensus instances actually depends on the depth of the tree, which if you're using cryptographic hash functions is logarithmic in the number of conflicts, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. So that's a minor detail of how it works. I think we can move along. One thing that's important to note here, because we are essentially voting over the entire branch now, you have to understand there's a little nuance, because you might say, well, isn't this just the multicolor problem immediately? And the difference is that you're still guaranteed to make progress on the first conflicting bit. So in the case that there are a lot of conflicts, you still do get that logarithmic slowdown. But in the happy path, say there's no conflicts, then you can just immediately accept that block. So snowman consensus, it just extends this process. So rather than having a single 256-bit value, you can essentially just chain these trees together. So the goal out of this whole mess is to decide on a single path through this extremely complicated tree. So hopefully at the end of it, we will have this height 0, 1, 2, 3 all decided. So in this case, we can see that I changed the colors of the top arrows. So the green means that we decide here, and the red means we reject. So in this case, we accept the first couple lefts, which means we reject the rights. So if we move forward, we've now actually accepted a full block, because we've accepted 2 bits worth of information in this case. And we can continue down this process. So when we continue it here, we can move along, end up accepting the very bottom block 1, and at the end of the day, we have this very nice, fully fleshed out blockchain. I don't know why the height things keep adding at the side, but we'll fix it in post. Moving right along into Snowman++, because I think I'm running a little bit out of time, if I'm right. But the idea behind Snowman++ is to just reduce the number of conflicts that gets proposed into the system as much as possible. So even though we only have a logarithmic slowdown, generally logarithmic is considered good in these types of settings, but logarithmic still matters, right? So for example, if 1,000 blocks get proposed, that's a 10x slowdown, which, if you go from 1 second confirmation latency to 10-second confirmation latency, the end user notices it, and that's not a great UX, right? So what we end up doing in Snowman++ is we have a mechanism where if a lot of people are attempting to propose blocks, we pre-designate someone to try to propose that block. The way this actually works is we randomly select a list of validators, and randomly selected validators have some time that they're enabled to start producing. So the first validator essentially can produce something immediately if they so choose. So you have 0 latency introduced by Snowman++ in the happy path. And then if those nodes are down, then more nodes over time are opened up until eventually anyone can come in. That mechanism actually ends up meaning that if there's not much block production happening, then anyone in the system can propose the same as before. So I don't know how familiar you guys are with the actual network structure, but on the P chain, for instance, the block frequency is quite low. So pretty much, I think like 70% of the time, blocks are produced with no proposer, whereas on the C chain, it's like 99.999% of the time, they are proposed with the actual elected proposer. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic. To kind of go back to our example before with the colors, the whole point of this is that hopefully the network will initially be fully colored one way, and then the consensus will just immediately decide on that value. So you might say, okay, that's great, but like, did we actually see like a big benefit when we introduced this? I think, what, 6 months ago, 5 months ago, I don't know. And the answer is absolutely. It was really massive. We went from rejecting a bunch of stuff, a lot of spiky things, to nothing, which really ended up stabilizing a lot of our confirmation latencies, and it really improved the UX across the whole network. Yeah, so I think I have a couple minutes left, so I apologize for ripping through. There's a lot of information. I don't know if there's any questions. I hope that this doesn't put you off, but we'll see. So, are there any questions? Oh, we got one. So the question was, to repeat it, for, I assume, Snowman++. The question was, are we concerned about exploiting the random number algorithm used to designate validators? We were very conscious of avoiding this, and so the key thing that we focused on was making it so that the random number generation was not gameable. So there's actually some very interesting bit logic that if you actually dig into how the randomness is generated, the random, it's very difficult to bias the actual sample, even by changing the validator sets on the fly. So that paired with the fact that validator sets can only change so much because you're actually locking your tokens for some period of time, it actually makes it pretty much computationally, or not computationally, I would say economically infeasible to bias it consistently. So I hope that answered your question, but yeah. Anything else? I think we got 20 whole seconds, so. Cool, awesome. Well, I think that's it then. Thank you, everyone. You're a great audience.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. All right, give it up one more time for Stephen. Lots of interesting stuff there, lots of interesting developments. Hope you guys are having fun. So, we're coming up on the end of the event here, so if you haven't, I'm sure you have, but there's drinks outside, there's food, there's racing simulators, there's tons of vendors. You guys can definitely get a lot of stuff out there. So we are also going to be staying here until 9 again tonight, so we're going to have a happy hour. DJs, you guys can come hang out, drink, dance. It's going to be fun. We have 2 more amazing keynotes here, so definitely want to stick around for that. The next one, really excited to bring up here. So I don't know if you guys know, but there's been a lot of major announcements with the Avalanche Bridge recently. One of those is kind of the updates to the Avalanche Ethereum bridge, and we also have the bridge that's natively integrated with the Bitcoin network, so you can bring your Bitcoin over to Avalanche and take advantage of the amazing DeFi ecosystem that we have. And here to tell you all about that is our senior software engineer, Michael Kaplan, working on the bridge. Michael, let's go. He got stopped.
Thank you very much. Hey everyone, great to see you all out here. Thanks for the nice introduction. My name's Michael. I'm one of the original engineers on the team that built the Avalanche Bridge. Going after Steven, I did not put an introduction slide in, but if you'd like to know anything more about me, please feel free to come up and ask after the fact. So today we'll be talking about the Avalanche bridge design, a little bit more about bridges in general, and also how we adapted it to support Bitcoin as of last month. So to start off, at the beginning, what are bridges? In case anyone is not familiar, bridges are a way of moving your tokens from one blockchain network over to a different one. And while that might seem super simple, it's actually a very interesting problem because two independent blockchains have no way of knowing transactions that are occurring on the other one. So if you are running an Avalanche Go node, like I hope many of you out here are, that node has no idea about transactions that are happening on Ethereum. And if you're running Geth or whatever Ethereum client you'd like, similarly, it has no idea of what's happening on Avalanche. So if you want to move some of your tokens that you're holding on Ethereum over to Avalanche to take advantage of any of the number of the great benefits that Avalanche gives you, you need to bridge it. So there's a couple different models that are common in bridges, the most common being the lock and mint model. And the way that this one works is you lock up your tokens on the native chain, in this case Ethereum in this example. And on Avalanche then you receive basically what's called a wrapped token. It's a representation that you can redeem one for one exactly for the original token on Ethereum should you want to go back. So the very important thing in this model, really in both models, is who is holding the lock. If only a single person is actually able to access all of the collateral that's supposed to be backing all of the wrapped tokens one-to-one, you could end up with a very dangerous situation where they might suddenly have an island named after them, then they're never seen again. The second common model is a pooling model. Instead of minting a wrapped token, which is a new representative asset, you have two assets that you assume have the same price on two different chains, and you can actually create what are called pools on one chain or the other, such that when you deposit into the pool on Ethereum, say you deposit your USDT, you're able to redeem the same amount of the like token on the other chain. The key difference here is that the tokens already exist on both chains. And this one is actually more difficult to maintain because someone needs to make sure that the pools are never run out. If you have any sort of directional flow from one network to the other, one pool would fill up and the other one would empty out, and the bridge wouldn't be functional at that point. And for that reason, the lock and mint model is far more common. Really, in both models, though, the key component is what is sitting in between the two blockchains. Like I said before, the one blockchain has no idea of what's happening on a different blockchain, so you need to have some sort of bridge node, validator, relayer, warden, whatever you'd like to call it, some sort of bridge validator that is monitoring both networks and is able to react to what happens on one network on the other one. So you might be asking why you want to bridge your funds. There are any number of different reasons, but the most common ones are to use applications that are only available on a specific chain. If you have BTC and you're holding it on Bitcoin, you likely can't take advantage of really anything because there aren't DeFi apps available on the Bitcoin blockchain, and that's really great incentive to move it over to a chain like Avalanche, where you could earn yield on it. You also might want to bridge to avoid paying high fees, or, like I said, take advantage of yield opportunities that might exist. This picture was credit to the Avalanche intern. I'm actually not sure who runs that Twitter account, but it has some great memes, so I thought I'd take one. Our bridge is secure. This is a very hotly contested question, I think, and I think it kind of speaks for itself given all of these recent headlines that I'm sure you've seen. If you sum up the three of them, over $1 billion has been stolen from Bridge as a result of Bridge exploits in just 1 year, just this year, the first half of this year for that matter. And if you're bridging your tokens over to a different network in order to get 5% more yield, that's great. But if you're taking on the risk of bridging it and potentially losing all of your tokens on the native network, it might not be worth the extra yield that you're getting. So there's a lot that goes into bridge security that I'd like to get into a little bit. The first part of it is really that a bridge is only as secure as the teams that are behind it. Bridges really started maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Very new technology, very it hasn't been fully developed yet, and it's not fully matured to the point, or some of them haven't necessarily matured to the point where they are safe holding billions of dollars of value. So you really, I think, more so than any of the specific exploits that might exist in any specific bridge, it's just about the space maturing, being properly audited, having the proper test coverage. All of the really boring things that developers like to skip over in order to deliver a product are really the most important part of making a bridge secure. So generally speaking, I mentioned how every bridge needs to have some set of validators that is monitoring both blockchains. The more bridge validators that you have generally means the better security that the bridge should have. And the reason being that if you have only a single validator, that's a single point of failure. If someone's able to compromise that one entity, they could take control of the whole bridge. If instead you have 1,000 validators and you need a certain threshold of them, say 750 of them to agree, then you need to compromise that many more parties in order to actually execute an attack on the bridge. The exception there being that there are hacks that could work for not needing to take control of all of the validators. So if you could easily impersonate a validator, or if you could somehow bypass a check of the number of validators that actually confirmed a transaction, then you could get around executing an attack on a bridge without actually taking control of the full validator set. So that's another very important property to consider. Yeah, and there's really a lot of different levels of bridge security, as I said. Starting at the blockchain level, I think Vitalik had a great post about this a few months back. No matter how secure your bridge is, if the blockchain network that you're connecting is susceptible to 51% attacks for a relatively cheap cost, then your bridge will be no more secure than the networks that it's connecting. If someone could perform a 40-50 block reorg on Ethereum, there are a lot of bridges that would be susceptible to this type of attack because the validators would think that a transaction had occurred on Ethereum, and then if it gets reorged out and didn't happen, that could potentially put the bridge in a bad state. Yeah, so that's the very base level of the security of a bridge, but it's actually not where any of the attacks or hacks on the previous slide were executed. Those happened at the smart contract and infrastructure level. So many bridges take advantage of smart contracts on various chains in order to aggregate approvals of the validators. If there's some type of voting mechanism that goes on, a lot of times that is put on-chain in the form of a smart contract. And obviously, if that smart contract has some sort of bug in it, if it has complex logic that might not have gone through formal verification, then that could put the bridge at risk. And then finally, kind of the most boring part of a bridge security is the infrastructure level. Who has access to the machines that the bridge is running on? How easy is it to phish them and take control of those machines? It's not necessarily the exciting security aspects of Web3, but in many cases, it can really result in devastating consequences if you don't have secure infrastructure. So in order to build a secure bridge, you really need to focus not just at any one point, but at the full stack of the bridge and make sure that you're constantly improving and making all of your processes more secure. Yeah, so getting onto the Avalanche bridge, which is what we built, what sets that apart? The key innovation here was our use of secure hardware. In our case, we use Intel SGX, that's software guard extensions. You might also hear it referred to as enclaves or trusted execution environments. But the key idea is that we have this secure hardware that provides us with execution integrity, data confidentiality, and code attestation. So what does that all mean? Typically, when you are running a program on your computer or on a server that you control, you are able to do whatever you want to that program. You can read its current values, you can alter its execution, and really you can take arbitrary control over what's happening on your own computer. With secure hardware, your application is actually run on an isolated part of the chip that is not able to be tampered with, and it's isolated from even administrator level access. So the underlying operating system or an administrator on the machine that it's running isn't able to see the values of the program as it's currently executing. They're not able to alter or tamper with the execution of that program. And so this is an extremely powerful property when you pair it with code attestation or remote attestation, because a third party is actually able to then perform attestation that you are running a specific version of the program on a valid, secure hardware instance. And that just really turns the trust model of our bridge on its head. So when you think about distributed systems and Byzantine fault tolerance, typically you're not able to know if a remote party that you don't control is behaving honestly or not. But when you take remote attestation and secure hardware environments into account, you can actually get proof that they are running the code that you expect them to be running within a valid trusted execution environment or hardware environment. And that really just does wonders for the trust model. Yeah, and so in addition to Intel SGX, we also have a great set of third-party chain oracles. We call them wardens. I mentioned them before about monitoring one blockchain to relay what happens on Ethereum over to Avalanche and Avalanche back to Ethereum. So the wardens monitor the supported blockchains. They report transfers to be processed by the bridge to the enclave, for the enclave actually to process them by generating the transaction to be sent on the opposite network. They perform attestation of the enclave, so they make sure that the enclave is running the expected code that will carry out the bridge function honestly and not steal the money. And they also store a piece of the enclave key information. So when it comes to secure hardware, obviously we would never expect there to be some type of hardware failure where we lose, or where the hardware becomes corrupted somehow and loses its state. But you do have to plan for that scenario. And so in our case, each of the wardens stores 1/8 of the enclave's secret, and it's split up in such a way that you can recompute the secret if you have 6 out of the 8 wardens actually agree to provide the enclave its secret share. And so that way we have decent fault tolerance. Another key differentiator is who the wardens actually are. So we have 8 partners, really 7 partners plus Alpha Labs, to run wardens. I think it's a really impressive set of people of companies that have signed up to be our partners and run wardens, not only because they're all blockchain native, but they have a great experience with security in terms of obviously Halborn's the auditing firm. Avscan is very familiar with the Avalanche ecosystem from day zero, and just a great breadth of different companies within the blockchain infrastructure space. It's really was exciting to see how many were willing to sign up to work with us. Yeah, another great differentiator now as of last month of the Avalanche Bridge that we support Bitcoin. So we announced it back in Barcelona that we were going to be adding Bitcoin support, and we shipped it last month. So we were able to deliver on that promise, which is very exciting. You might be wondering why there aren't many other big Bitcoin bridges out there. So Bitcoin obviously is the highest market cap of any crypto asset, but it also has really the fewest applications available for it to be used in, which really just makes it the most obvious candidate for wanting to bridge it over to a network like Avalanche, where you can take advantage of, one, the fast finality. You don't have to wait for 10 minutes for your transaction to go through. It's just a second. You can take advantage of all the applications available on the C chain, earn money on your Bitcoin that you're holding. So why aren't there other Bitcoin bridges? Why do we see a bunch of bridges between different EVM networks and different networks that support smart contracts, but not Bitcoin? And I think the reason is mostly for a number of technical challenges that I'll get into now. So one, the biggest one is the lack of smart contract support on Bitcoin. So I mentioned earlier how many bridges take advantage of smart contracts in order to aggregate approvals from the bridge validators or have other sort of validation logic that the bridge is functioning, or that implements the bridge functionality. On Bitcoin, there is no smart contract support. In order to use a multi-sig, you have to come up with a special Bitcoin script. You can't do approvals on chain. It really limits your ability of what you can actually do just by the fact that Bitcoin doesn't support these types of operations. The second is the handling of UTXOs. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with all the different virtual machines in the blockchain space, but in the EVM on Ethereum or on the C chain, you have an account-based structure where you have a single address and you send transactions from that address. So if you're holding, if you have 5 USDC on Ethereum and then someone sends you 5 more USDC, you can send a generic transaction spending 10 USDC from that address without specifying the specific inputs. All of the Ethereum nodes know that a specific account has a certain balance. On Bitcoin, it's entirely different. You don't just have a balance, you actually have discrete UTXOs, unspent transaction outputs, that you have to specify you are spending when you send a transaction. So if Patrick sends me 5 Bitcoin and Steven sends me 5 Bitcoin, feel free to do that after this, then to spend the 10 Bitcoin, you have to actually specify the exact transactions inputs that you are spending, and then specify the outputs as well. So it's not just balance-based per address. Each transaction specifies its discrete inputs and outputs, which is an entirely different transaction model. It has its own benefits and its own drawbacks, but in terms of building a bridge, it makes it significantly more difficult when all of the other major smart contract platforms out there use the account-based model. And then finally, the other main technical difference is that you have different address types. So on any EVM-based chain, you'll have you can use the same address on multiple different networks. But for Bitcoin, they have their own address types, actually a number of different address types. So it makes it difficult for bridges to know where to actually mint the wrapped funds on the opposite network, because the address that sent the funds does not line up with the address that's receiving the funds. So taking all that into account, there are a number of projects that have attempted to build some sort of L2 or bridge for Bitcoin. I list a few of them here. I think the most interesting part about all of the ones that I list is that by far, by an order of magnitude, the most popular one by market cap is WBTC, which is a fully centralized KYC'd custody solution. So you have a single company holding a bunch of Bitcoin and minting the WBTC on Ethereum. They know who is receiving, in terms of KYCing everybody who is receiving the new WBTC that is minted. That's a perfectly fine solution, but it really goes against the ethos of the crypto space in terms of anyone being able to transact easily and without these walled gardens. But despite that, it's by far, I think by almost 10x, the most popular of all these ones listed. And so it really stood out to us that this was a huge opportunity to create a product that made it easy to take advantage of your BTC on a different network. We wanted to make it just as intuitive as bridging any of your other tokens. We wanted to make it distributed and secure, and we really wanted to enable people to use their Bitcoin on Avalanche. So how do we do that? In terms of the challenges on the previous slide, one, the Avalanche Bridge has no need for smart contracts on the native chain. And the reason for that is because all of that logic is moved into this secure enclave environment. So when funds are locked in the Avalanche Bridge on Ethereum or on Bitcoin, they're actually not locked in a smart contract, as the case with most other bridges. They are locked in a wallet that is controlled by this enclave and nobody has access to. The 6 of 8 wardens have to approve any changes to the enclave. So instead of being locked on chain, they're being locked off chain, which really enabled us to have a lot of flexibility in how to design this bridge. In terms of managing UTXOs, we pushed that problem out to the wardens. So the wardens automatically manage the UTXO set controlled by the enclave. They optimize which UTXOs they want to spend and when they're receiving them in order to reduce dust and the transaction fees crossing the bridge. So we also wanted to make sure that we keep it relatively inexpensive. And then finally, in terms of the different wallet addresses on both chains, this is a technical detail that many of you might not be interested in or even realize, but we actually use the same user wallet in terms of the private key on both networks. And the way that we determine the C-chain address to mint funds when a Bitcoin address provides the funds is that we recover the public key from the signed transaction on the Bitcoin network, and then we convert that public key into an EVM address. So you can imagine, really I think of a wallet as a single public-private key pair, but the address is neither the public or private key, it's a hash of the public key. And from a signed transaction, you can recover the public key of a wallet, not the address, and then from that public key, you can derive what any of the various address types would be. So it was a cool technical detail that we worked into the bridge to help smooth out the user experience. In order to actually implement this on the front end, we needed to build our own wallet, but fortunately we knew some guys who were doing that. Knew some great people who were building the core wallet extension, and I think Nick is going to talk about that after this, so I won't step on his toes at all. But we were super excited to see the Bitcoin bridge go live within the core extension last month. And then lastly, I think I have just a few seconds left here, but you might be wondering, we built this bridge we think is a key innovation for enabling cross-chain transfers using this secure hardware. Can't we apply this secure hardware solution more broadly within the blockchain space? And if you ask me, the answer is absolutely yes. There's no limitation to the number of use cases of this trusted execution environment technology. It doesn't just need to be bridging. You could use it to build any number of cool applications and really work it into your security model as a piece of the solution to make your project more secure as a whole. So whether it's more trustworthy trading applications, whether you want some random number generation, Oracle networks. I don't want to drop too much alpha about what we might be working on in the future, but there's really a lot of more possibilities that we could do here, and that's what makes us excited to keep building. Yeah, so that's all I had. Happy to answer a couple questions if we have time, though. Don't all jump at once.
Could you tell us a little bit about the periodic key rollover that was announced a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, absolutely. So you might have seen that the periodic key rollover announcement a couple of weeks back with the bridge address change. What we were doing there, the main security upgrade was that when we originally launched the bridge, we had 4 wardens where 3 of 4 wardens needed to approve transfers across the bridge, and we wanted to move to a model where we had 6 of 8 wardens. But in order to do that, we needed to invalidate all of the old secrets. So we didn't want to just generate new secrets and keep the same address, because no matter what, the 3 of 4 old secrets mathematically could be used to recompute the secret that's being used. So we moved, we had the enclave generate new secret shares and migrated the bridge to those new addresses in order to improve the security of the bridge as a whole. That's something that could happen again in the future. I think we'd be looking to expand the warden set as much as possible. So, yeah. Yeah, in the back. Sorry, what was the first part? Yeah, so the question was, are the wardens using threshold encryption for their key shares? And then I guess the second part was, what if 3 of 8 of them go offline? Yeah. Great question. So the wardens do encrypt all of the secrets that they have with various other keys that we have them generate, where we get the public key and they have the private key, but they don't use any sort of threshold encryption or threshold signature scheme. Threshold signatures could be used to design a bridge with similar functionality, but that's just not the design that we took. It's certainly something that we have explored and I think can continue to look into in terms of working it into various different components of the solution, but it's not currently. Threshold signatures are not currently used in the bridge. And then if 3 wardens go offline, it was the second part of the question, which is definitely a case that we considered. If 3 wardens go offline at the same time, yeah, you won't be able to perform new transfers across the bridge, but we have a number of backup mechanisms in place such that they would be able to come back online. Each warden has their own backup mechanisms, but the bridge also has other mechanisms built in that I'd be happy to talk about later. It gets into the technical details of it pretty quickly of how you can securely store secrets of an enclave without exposing it outside the enclave at all and persist it across multiple hardware instances is an interesting challenge that we have thought through of solutions for. Awesome. Well, I think that's at time. So thank you very much for the questions. Great audience. See you all outside.
All right. Thank you, Michael. That was amazing. So definitely there's obviously a lot that goes into the building of the bridge. I know the Avalanche bridge has been best in class for a long time. Really high up there in rank of the TVL that goes across the bridge, and now with the Bitcoin native integration, that's a huge advancement in our industry. And so the bridge is just one of the amazing products the Avalabs team has built and maintains. And there's a lot coming up here in the next few quarters that are really exciting. And so, yeah, it's my pleasure to be able to bring up our last keynote of the weekend, which is amazing. So thank you guys for sticking around. So let's give it up for our head of product at Avalabs to walk you through what's coming up, Nick Musalim.
All right, it has been an amazing 2 days. Our team does such a good job of putting on these events. I think I am keeping all of you from happy hour and DJ Kyle, who will be following up. Sorry. So here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about top-line strategy, kind of heading into the second half of the year, and start high level and then get into some of the things that we're going to deliver. All right, so no notes, so I'm going to do this without notes. Okay, so top-line strategy overall is, I think it helps to actually start off and just kind of give everybody an understanding of how we look at product and what the world looks like to us within Avalabs. And if you can think of it as kind of the Avalanche triangle kind of turned down, the one that you see in Twitter. And so we have these layers, and each of these layers kind of funnels into each other. So we start with platform technology, and that's really the stuff that's the deep tech. It's Avalanche Go, and it's data platform. It's the stuff that Steven and Patrick are heavily involved in. It's big brain stuff. So then we take that, right, and that's the foundation for everything. And then underneath that, we have what we call core properties. So core properties is all the technology that allows you to really leverage that deep technology in a way that the user can interact with it. So these are wallets, these are bridges, these are explorers. These types of core components. You have to have these two, and then it takes you into this third tier. And we've kind of progressed through these as the company matures. So third tier is called managed services. And so what that is basically doing is taking each of these technologies, these individual products that we've built, and really manufacturing them in a way that they can be stamped out for more broad usage, mass adoption. Some people call it institutionalization. But really so that, in subnets, and we'll get into this as a perfect example, so that you can start to build blockchain applications that suit your needs. Okay. So then, and underneath that, we have external partnerships. So we have a very talented BD team who work with partners who really understand what they're trying to do, and then translate that back through the product team into our engineering teams to help them deliver the solutions they need on Avalanche. And that's help with funding, co-marketing, engineering help. Oh, my notes are back. All right. So yes, one thing I want to say, it's very important. So, Patrick said this yesterday, and I want to reiterate this, that I am just a messenger for a very talented team that sits behind us. There's 24 product people, 7 disciplines within that. There's, I think, 3 times that in the engineers, and just as many squads, right? And these are the amazing people that are responsible for all the progress we've had since Mainnet. And so I just really want to reiterate that it's this very talented team that makes everything we're going to talk about happen. And so as we get into strategy, right? So there's components of strategies that are global that never change. They're always just top of mind. They're fixed. Right? And so everything that we build has to be performant. And a lot of that has to do with the consensus algorithm, time to finality. It needs to be secure. It needs to be cost effective, right? So, and these things are all related to each other. If you start to lose one, you start to lose the other. This is the nature of things. But everything we do starts there. Okay, so then we get into kind of what are we doing after that? What is it? It's been the same. If you saw the Barcelona talk, this will look very similar. So the first part's really looking at the user, right? How do we make Web3 more usable? How do we abstract away the weirdness of crypto and keep the parts that are super important, super novel, and then just kind of open it up to everybody? And this is really around the launch of Core and all the work we're doing there, which the version 1 made a bunch of leaps and bounds on making it more usable. The work that's coming up through the rest of the year, the other products, is just going to keep building this, and I'll get into that a little bit. Second piece, build for scale. So, we did, there's vertical scaling, and I think Patrick talked about this, and there's horizontal scaling. And this is where we'll really get into subnets and kind of what the vision is for subnets. Then there's this third component, which is we need to eliminate builder friction. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, it goes back to what I was saying before, which is one blockchain is not going to suit everybody. As the use cases get more and more complex, as we see different channels getting involved, gaming, government, enterprise, they all have different needs, and they all need to deploy different technology. And so we don't want to put you into that box. Right? We want you to build your own box. And I'll get into kind of how we're doing this and what the rights are of anybody who deploys a subnet. They should have certain guarantees, which Avalabs that makes, right? And it enables you to do what you do best, which is build your product, get it to market for whatever the case is. Okay, so these have been the same since the beginning of the year. We've progressed on here. We continue down this path. So Core. So we had a fabulous launch of Core. It's been really well received. We've seen a lot of adoption, and more importantly, we've seen a lot of retention. So this is one of the key metrics we look at was, okay, great, everybody wants to try it. How many people keep using it? Right? And we see that over and over. And this goes back to make accessible, right? Core's goal is to make accessible, and people are always asking, did we need another browser extension? Do we need another wallet? The answer is, well, yes and no. Right? Core was born out of the idea that if you are going to deploy a subnet on Avalanche, your subnet needs to be represented. Right? We can't wait for other wallets to come in or other explorers and say, hey, we're going to actually recognize the value of subnets. You need to have it from the day you launch. It needs to be an easy way to get your native token, your subnet, inside. And so that was like, okay, we got to build our own wallet. What is novel about Core, and this is what we'll get into, and then I'll kind of talk about some of the new features that are coming down. So the bridging was very novel. Michael just touched on this, and there's an entirely separate team that put all this together, and then there's a team from that integrates it. I see a lot of these team members here. So this is an idea of like, make it easy. You don't have to go somewhere else to bridge your tokens, and you shouldn't have to go somewhere else to bridge it back. It should all be there for you when you want to do it, and it should support more and more chains as those chains become relevant, and we have the safety guarantees that we need to ensure that they're going to be good partners. Even if we don't formally partner with them, we need to know that we're serving our users in the best way possible. Okay, and then moving past that, what I think was really novel was, I talked about this, was subnet support. So we started with a fixed amount of subnets that launched. It was DFK and Swimmers, and then a few others in testnet. And there was something very novel that happened here because we were supporting subnets, is that it needed to automatically recognize what chain you're on and then automatically direct you to that chain. We don't want the user clicking through what chain am I on, where is that chain, having to find it. As subnets take off, there's a likelihood that Core will support more blockchains than any other wallet in the industry. And that's people asking, is it multi-chain? It's absolutely multi-chain. And so we really need to make sure that as you move around between these subnets, it should be very seamless for the user. They shouldn't have to be thinking about what network they're on. And then Core recognizes that and automatically gives you this really nice UI. Right? This is where you can see all the networks you're participating in. You can see what assets you have in there, and then the one you're on, it pulls it up to the top for you. Again, just kind of this seamless experience. So is Core multi-chain? Absolutely. So in the very imminent future, it'll have full support for ETH. So it already acts as a full Bitcoin wallet. It's not just the Bitcoin bridge. It'll also, in the very near future, support Ethereum. So this means we don't want you to have to change between browser extensions. If you want to, we also want to support that. But for the time being, it's just let's get as many of the chains that we bridge towards, and let's make sure that those assets and that chain is properly represented in a way that allows you to, again, move between. We believe in this multi-chain world. Subnets, other chains. Our goal is to make it as easy as possible for you to move between. So again, this all goes back to this first objective that we said at the beginning of the year, make it accessible. And there's so many things we can keep doing here to improve on this, and we'll keep acting. But a lot of it is just around, even in your activity, like what did I do? And so we need these abstractions of wallet addresses and transaction hashes. We can't abstract all of Web3 away. But we have to strike a nice balance where if you want to attach somebody's name to a wallet address, then you should see that name, and you should have more of a Venmo type experience rather than trying to figure out wallet addresses by the first four or last four, things like that. Okay, so where do we go next with Core? So the mobile app is coming very quickly on the back of the browser extension. So everything that you love about Core will be available on the go in a mobile app. So it'll be available Android and iOS. It'll have all of the functionality that you're used to with the browser extension, and we're working on these things like cross-platform syncing. So again, if you set up something and it's suited to your needs, these are kind of the benefits of the Web 2 world, is that everything goes back to a centralized server, you have it here, your profile, but at the same point, you're giving away a lot of your information, that information's being sold, and that's not a path that we're willing to go down. So as we look towards how do we sync these platforms, we look to do it in a way that we're not sharing any of your information, right? You own your own data. That starts at the very beginning. So let's jump into this a little bit. Okay, so it looks very similar, right? We try to keep a very consistent design sensibility as we go through. We don't want to make the user guess as they move between applications. You will see some additional stuff. We know people love to use their mobile apps for their watch list. They just degen on like, how's my portfolio doing? I do it myself. I'm in there like 300 to 500 times a day. So, we want you to put your favorites in there. We want you to be able to see them very quickly. And then the same idea around support for subnets. So we want you to see the chains that you're working on the most. We want you to see your assets within that chain. And then as you move around the chains, we want you to know where you're connected to and be very easy to move around within it. And then support for collectibles. There's also an aggregator framework that the data platform team is currently working on that's going to allow us to aggregate all the NFT marketplaces within the Avalanche ecosystem, be able to sell this. So from the application, you'll be able to buy and sell NFTs from core, whether you're in the browser extension or on the mobile. So I kind of touched on this a little bit, and this kind of goes back to the design sensibilities that we constantly feedback from the user community, which is, don't make me work for it, right? And don't freak me out by stuff that I don't understand. Just try to give me as much information as I need, and then make it as digestible as possible without sacrificing security, or we don't want people blind signing or anything like that. So you start to see this here, right? It's like, what was my transaction? Well, it was a bridge. So you first know what you did, and then you can start to see from what to what, and then fees, and then if you click into this, it gets you into a whole layer of detail deeper. Same thing with with your swaps or your send and receives. It can really show you, if you're using the address book functionality, who you're sending stuff to. So it reads more like historical ledger, rather than, and it's kind of abstracting away the Explorer aspects a little bit. Okay, and I touched on this, which is just watch lists. So the browser extension doesn't have this, so there are places where we're going to diverge, and it's just kind of doing our research and our interviews. Do people want their watch lists in the browser extension? Everything that we saw was kind of no. People use that primarily to sign transactions, but in mobile, absolutely. It was just a must-have feature. So it's in there. It's pretty slick. I'm excited to see that go to market. Okay, so this was our user. I'm way behind. Okay, so I'm going to speed this up a little bit. So subnet. So now we get into scaling, right? How to make this really, how do we grow? How do we mass adopt? Can we handle mass adoption? Our goal is, right, it's to bring this technology to everybody. It's the Internet of Finance. It's digitize and tokenize everything we can. So this all horizontally revolves around subnets and the great work that the platform team is doing. Patrick went over this yesterday, and I'm gonna talk on these things. But this is all about, back to one size doesn't fit all. You need to be able to build your application. You shouldn't be shoved in a box on, oh, you have to deploy to this network under this configuration. It is if you have a use case that requires its own network, its own native token. If you have the prowess to customize your VM, then this gives you all the flexibility you need to do that in a very cost-effective manner. And the team just keeps making it easier and easier to deploy these things. Patrick went through the CLI yesterday. So I'm going to run through, if you did miss his presentation, which was excellent, he had this slide, and this just talks about what's coming next through the end of the year. So right now, all subnets are permissioned. Permissionless subnets where validator sets can choose to participate in your subnet rather than you have to go out and find them. It can really ease the process. Cross-subnet bridging. So the ability, okay, so interoperability between subnets is key. We know that without a seamless way to send arbitrary messages across subnets, across other chains, this technology is not going to get mass adoption. That's what this is all about. And there's a fantastic project going on right now that is solving for this in a very novel way. And then new SDKs and new VMs. So this is around, like, the technology is so powerful, it's almost too flexible, right? It's like, all right, let's give people some boundaries around what is safe or things that can be done, and then give you kind of marketplaces to start with. It's all about having you not start from the basics. It's all about giving you as much of the meta around all the pieces that you need in order to get your idea down, deploy it out to market. So you're kind of building without limits and not having to worry about all the deep tech that sits underneath. Because blockchains are complex, and I'll get into this in the next slide. So we're calling this the subnet orchestra. So blockchains, if one blockchain in itself is very complex. If you're trying to just multiply that out in the form of subnets, there are all these supporting services that need to function properly in order for the subnet to function in the way you want. you have a blockchain without a wallet, well, you don't really have a functioning blockchain. You're going to need your own. This is kind of the universe, but this is just a limited version of it. So we don't want you focusing on your primitives. This is where it comes down to. We want you to focus on your specific use case in your application. We want you to follow your vision. I want this blockchain to work this way, and I don't want to be limited. That's what all this is about. But in order to do that, you need to have most of these pieces in place for it to be able to operate properly. And so we're very focused on every single subnet that launches having it. So you get the guarantee that, oh, what if I launch a subnet? Is it going to be represented in the wallet? What if I launch a native token? Is it going to be represented in the wallet? Explorers are very complicated, right? Do I have to build my Explorer? No. Launch a subnet. You get all of these supporting suites underneath it. You move forward. Okay, so this is just one example, and this is going to be released very soon too, but this is the Subnet Explorer. So any subnet that launches gets its own Explorer. It comes with, it's a very deep and complex implementation that the team did. So as you launch, it's a very small process to do a pull request. That pull request gets picked up, and then you get added to the Subnet Explorer, and it starts to index your chain's data, and will represent that data in your own Explorer. So this is an example of the homepage where you can search for each of the subnets, easily find them, favorite them, so that they're there when you come back to them. Just a live feed, right? So your subnet, specific to you, all the power of a very, very nice Explorer dedicated to just your community. And I'm going to go through just a few more of these, right? But it just gives you an idea that we're not just kind of skimming the surface here. We want to give builders the best suite of products that they have so that they have confidence when they're deploying on Avalanche that they're going to be supported by these suite of supporting products, and also our team itself that's building and maintaining all these. Again, so you don't have to worry about it. Token details. And this example that we're showing is all for DeFi Kingdoms and portfolio and history. So I got 56 seconds. Okay. So I keep hearing this, bear markets are for builders. And it sounds a little cliche, but I truly believe this, actually. Bear markets are the times when ideas that weren't necessarily in vogue in a bull market, right? So our last bull market was DeFi and NFTs. And there was very novel progress made at the beginning of that. And then you start to see kind of the same idea replicated with a slightly different twinge. And that kind of built up. And so the innovation layer got fairly thin, and all these applications got tall, and it kind of topples over, and then it regrows. And this is the cycle that I've seen since I was in crypto since the beginning. But this is the time when we start to see the community start to take ideas that aren't in vogue, right, and start to work on it. I've talked to a bunch of projects here today of stuff that doesn't have to do with just plain DeFi, or if it is NFT, these are new novel ideas where they're really pushing the space forward. I also think that there was a discussion yesterday on what's going to make crypto take off again. And in my mind, it's novel use cases that actually make a difference and can have mass adoption. So I think these could come through. We're seeing government use cases that are pushing the envelope. We're seeing enterprise use cases. And then we're seeing a bunch of consumer use cases. And all of these are going to be the things that kind of put us into the next wave. So Avalanche, and our whole goal through the end of the year is, again, to create this foundation that allows the user to easily access everything, to not have to worry about, is my chain available? Is it fast? And then, because it'll scale. And then also all these services that allow you to focus on your business, your idea, get it to market as quickly as you can. Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of your time. Thanks a lot.
All right, amazing. Another round of applause for Nick. Yes, yes. Everybody make sure to download Core. We have a lot of really smart people solving problems, making your life easier. So everybody get on that. Thank you so much for watching our panel. We are going to be taking a break. So enjoy. Kyle, the previous MC, is DJing out there, I believe. So that'll be amazing. We have drinks, we have snacks, and come back at 6:30 where we'll be talking with the Andretti team. Thanks, guys.
All right, cool. Hello, hello. All right, this thing's on. What is up, Avalanche House? You guys having a good time? Come on, you can do better than that. Oh my God, when we started planning this event, it was right when the market started to get bearish, and we were like, are we gonna still do this thing? You know, and I think we decided to keep doing it. I hope you agree it was a good decision. Good decision, yeah? No? You don't sound sure. A lot of people have been asking me today, why Formula E? And why are you guys involved with Andretti? So I wanted to just, this is not something we were planning to talk about, but I felt like it'd be important. Hey, Robbie, zip it, zip it. And so I wanted to provide a little bit of context about how we got caught up in this whole thing and why we're doing this. And I hope this is helpful for you guys. But you know, when we started to think about how do you construct a brand, how do you build a brand, and how do you introduce a new brand to the world, we started thinking about how we go beyond what happens in our industry a lot. Everybody spends so much time talking to the prefrontal cortex and making us think about things. And we don't spend enough time building a community. It doesn't get built up here. It gets built in here, and it gets built here, right? So that's why we like to feed you guys. And we want to feed your brain, but we also want to feed your heart and give you something to care about. We looked at our community, and no disrespect to ladies, we're trying to change the equation here a little bit, but most of the people in crypto and blockchain are males 20 to 35. So we started to think about how we could build a relationship with them outside of, you know, the heady stuff that goes on in crypto. We started to think about the things that the community cares about. And we looked at sport. Obviously, the most popular sport in the world is, any guesses? Yeah, okay, great. But what's the brand connection to blockchain? It's loose. It's hard to make, right? So we kept going down the list. And you find that very soon you get to motorsports. And when we started to look at motorsports, we started to look at what made sense for us, not just as a blockchain company, but as Avalanche. And we found Formula E. Formula E is about speed, it's about science, and it's about sustainability. And that's what Avalanche is really about. Not speed at all costs, but high performance consistently in a way that is friendly to Mother Earth. And so the value system of Formula E is something that really stuck with us. So we started to look for opportunities, and we were very fortunate to find the Andretti family. And I say family, it's a business, but it's also a family. And it reminded us a lot of what we see in Avalanche and the community that we have built. As I speak to people that have been here today and I ask them why you're here and why you're a part of the Avalanche community, it always comes down to, yes, they talk about the tech and they want to come and hear Pog and everybody else talk about the technology, but they talk a lot about community. And they say Avalanche just has such a great community. It's welcoming. Eamon here, how old are you, Eamon? 16. Tell the audience. 16. And you came here today with your friends and your dad, right? Why did you come here?
Because Avalanche is a home for everyone, and it's honestly one of the best spaces in crypto.
Okay. He said it, and that's what we're trying to do here, guys. We're building community, and community happens on the blockchain, but it also happens off the chain in places like this. All right, so I could go on and on about it, but that's what we're doing here. That's why we're in this partnership. And I'll tell you that since we started this partnership, our first race was in Saudi Arabia. People in Saudi Arabia are talking about Avalanche today, and they wouldn't have otherwise been doing that. Since January until now, it's July, we've raced in Saudi Arabia, Mexico City, Rome, Monaco, Marrakesh, what am I forgetting? Berlin, right? Jakarta. There are people all over the world. In fact, we counted them, and it was something close to 70 million. I think it's 67 million people now have seen the Avalanche brand the same way that you saw and experienced it today. They know what the red and white is, and they know who we are, they know who you are, because we're a community. So that's what we're doing here. I'm going to stop because I'll cry if I don't. So, if you're passionate about the community like I am and like these guys are, I want you to give a big round of applause for the guys that I'm going to bring up on stage. The one and only, I don't even know racing well enough to mention all the stats, but this is one of the most winningest drivers in the history of motorsports in North America and in the world, Mark Andretti. Welcome, sir. All right. Next up, Team principal Roger Griffith. There are many difficult jobs in motorsports. This is probably one of the hardest outside of driving. It's managing and leading the team. Roger led Honda Performance Development for many years. He's an engineer, and he has spent many a night talking to Pog about how we can use blockchain to make cars go faster. We don't have an answer yet, but we're going to keep trying to find out. So welcome on stage, please, Roger Griffith. And because we like to switch things up on the fly over here, you guys have already seen him, but you know him and you love him. I said, hey, John, you want to come up and do a panel with us? He said, sure. He has no idea what we're going to talk about, but we'll figure it out. Come on up, John Woo. All right, fellas, let's sit down and chat a little bit. We're going to keep it tight, guys. We know it's the end of the day. We know that great music out there. By the way, how many people in this room know that the last DJ to play that set is also our very own Kyle Deneen, head of content and social? If you guys didn't know this, he's actually opened up for some pretty big names in Coachella. So, you know, next time you're out there, keep an eye out for the man. Can I say your name? Can I tell them the Time Machine Deneen? Does anybody know that? Okay. Anyway, Time Machine Deneen is here. So we're going to keep it short. We're just going to have a few discussions. Then at the end, if you guys are up for it, is Ollie and Jake back there? Oliver, where's Jake? Formula E drivers, guys. Welcome them to the party. So at the end, we'll bring them up and we can do an AMA. You can ask them anything about the race. But before that, let's get started. Michael, let's talk a little bit about Formula E. You guys are, how many series are you racing globally now? Like 7? Maybe?
7, yeah.
7 series globally. At the moment. All right. Hopefully adding one more fairly soon.
We're working on it.
Working on it. All right, so tell us a little bit about why Formula E. How long have you guys been involved? Why did you get involved? And what does it mean to Andretti Autosport?
Well, we got involved. Actually, we were one of the first teams to sign up. For us, we thought it was a great opportunity to branch out with our brand, especially internationally. And with the new technology, you know, it was, you know, this was like about 8 years ago now, and you know, the electric technology was pretty much just starting out, and for us, it's been great to experience the growth of the technology and be a part of it. You know, a lot of the things that we're doing in our race cars now are going to make it to the road cars. It's helping, you know, speed up the technology and so it's been great for us. You know, it's a very, very competitive series. It's as high level as you can get in racing. The teams and the drivers are some of the best in the world. So, you know, for us, it's been awesome for our brand, and you know, it's been great to be involved.
Such a technical sport. Like you said something that made me, and I've been spewing this stat for a while now today. So if I mentioned it to you before, forgive me if you're hearing it again. But if you look at the Monaco Grand Prix that raced this year in F1, basically the way that the grid started is how they finished the race. I think there was one pass in the whole race. In Formula E, on the same track, they had 65 passes during the race. So if you spend any time in this room, yeah, it's crazy, right? If you spend any time in this room today watching the race, you'll notice it's super competitive. And there's so much that happens. Later on, we'll talk to drivers about how much is actually driving versus just, you know, figuring out how to run the computer. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Speaking of the technology, Raj, let's talk a little bit about how this series is different from traditional motorsports. And you know, just by show of hands, how many motorsports fans in the room here? Better be a lot. Okay, great. There's a bunch. How is this different? How is Formula E different?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us here. We're super proud to be out here racing in New York and to be partnered with Avalanche. I think one of the key things, and for all of the petrol heads out there, if you look at Formula One, it's a horsepower race. So it's who's got the most horsepower, who's got the most money. Formula E is a different approach. It's an efficiency race. So we all have the same amount of power, but it's all about how we use it. It's how we deploy it. And I think that has a much closer connection to the road cars out there. It's much more relevant to what the OEMs are doing, and you know, these are the brands that are being represented in Formula E with, you know, with Porsche, with Jaguar, with BMW and Audi in the past. So I think that's a closer connection to the real world than perhaps what Formula One is, which is all about, you know, how much technology can you kind of exploit, and so I think we have something unique here in Formula E.
Incredible. John, this was your first Formula E race, right?
That's right.
And for many, how many here, first Formula E race? For most of us, really. So let's talk about that. Like, what was your experience as a fan? And then maybe you could also flip the table and talk about your experience being involved in this series as a president of Ava Labs. That's not doing something that, first for us, like everything else, but also a first in the industry, really.
Well, first of all, thank you, Michael and Roger and the whole Andretti team and Oliver and Jake back there. I mean, it's been a great experience working with you guys. As Devin said earlier, what Formula E and your team represents in terms of science, which we always talk about innovation at Ava Labs and for Avalanche, but also the speed, we're the fastest chain, and also, it's sustainable, and we care a lot about that. There's another similarity that you didn't talk about, but only because I sat there and talked with you guys and really watched things that I realized how much changes in this sport in the last 8-9 years. Just 3 or 4 years ago, you had to have 2 batteries, 2 cars, because you couldn't make it through one race with 1 car. So you're constantly iterating. Things are getting better. You're going from 1,800 tons to now 1,600 tons in the very near future. And when you look at the drivers, the great thing was, like, when they came in yesterday from practicing, you instantly put down a computer screen, plugged it into their cars, and they're in real time analyzing how they turned and how far, how tight, and how can they optimize things. So it's just like us. We're constantly iterating. We're a hyper-growth company in a hyper-growth industry, and you guys are in the same way. And it takes a lot of, besides know-how, but a lot of sharp, decisive decision-making, literally, really quickly, and you guys are all great at that. So there's a lot of similarities that you don't realize until you're actually knee-deep into it.
It really is a lot more technical than many other sports. Yeah, it's a really good point. Michael, coming back to you, speaking of, we spoke about similarities, let's talk a little bit about the differences. How long have you been in motorsports? Don't answer that. A while. All right. For such a young man.
Thank you. Right, young man, yeah.
So talk a little bit about how this partnership, we have no way of knowing whether this is how you do it, but talk a little bit about how this partnership is maybe similar to partnerships that you've seen with other brands through your time, and maybe how it's a little different or unique, not just from a series standpoint, but in terms of working with us.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's an honor to work with you, and that's the biggest reason why we did this. No, just kidding.
Does anybody have a checkbook? We're going to have to write this out.
No, I think you guys are doing a tremendous job. I mean, your activations have been unbelievable. I mean, what you're doing here this weekend is, I mean, we've had many partners throughout the years, and you're right up there with the best of them. The way you do things, everything's first class, everything's done right, and it's more laid back. It's like you can tell you guys are having fun doing what you're doing, which is really cool. So we love being involved with you guys. It's been a great relationship, and hopefully it'll last for a long time.
Hopefully it will. Thank you. Yes, it's great. Raj,
are you going to cry or something?
This is a 30-year partnership, right? No? Isn't it? Raj, let's talk a little bit about what happened today. Just in general, not with our team per se, but I think a lot of people are a bit confused about how the race ended. Can you just talk through the technicality of what actually happened?
Okay, so we ended up under what's called red flag conditions. It's not how we like to finish races. It means that there's been an incident out on the racetrack that the race director has decided it's no longer safe to continue racing. In this case, it was a heavy rain shower and then multiple cars in the wall. We, as a community, we do everything we can to keep a race going because we want to see a result. Nobody likes to get to the end and have no conclusion as to what happened. So they red flagged the race. There is a procedure on how we would restart a race, and that's what we were all hoping for. We were 10 minutes from the end, thereabouts, which is, almost a quarter of the race left. So we were thinking, we'll get the car repaired, we'll get back out, and then we'll have maybe a last 2 or 3 lap dash to the end, and that's when it can be super exciting. Unfortunately, the incident was severe enough that part of the track was damaged. So when they'd hit the wall, they'd move some of the barriers back. And so it was going to be a good hour or so before they were able to restart the race, because they can't restart in a condition where the track isn't safe. So they took the decision to conclude the race at that point. It's always a little bit challenging to know, well, who's actually leading at that point. So what they do is they go back to the last lap where they had a green flag condition, and then they say, okay, at that point, this is the result. Frustrating as it might be for all of us that believe we could have done better, felt that we were in a good position to make up some ground. Ironically, in this case, it was the leading 3 cars that crashed. So in other sports, if you cause an incident like that, you get penalized. You lose your time, you lose your position, whatever. In motorsport, it doesn't seem to work that way, which could be right, could be wrong. We can debate that at a later stage, but that's what happened. They went back, and ironically, the guy that was first into the wall was also first on the podium. So,
he was just taking the shortcut.
Funny story around that. Thank goodness no one got hurt. That's the most important thing. Oh, yeah. But when they were still figuring out what to do in between the crash and calling it off, I actually talked to one of the Andretti guys in your team. His name will be nameless for now. And I said, what's going to happen now? And he looks at me, he's like, I have no idea. This is like, first time for this. And I have no idea.
Second time that
I thought I was talking to Kevin Segnicki at Avalabs. Like, hey, and Kevin's saying, I don't know, I just throw ideas out. You guys figure out what happens after this.
No, keep going. Keep going. Kev, you want a rebuttal or what? No, you good?
He's like he's really tall, but he's actually kind of short right now for some reason.
Somebody's been enjoying happy hour. Okay. So look, we could keep this going all night, but I think what would be cool is let's get the drivers up here. Who has questions for the drivers? Anyone have questions for the drivers? Let's get them up here, guys. Come on up. Let's do a bit of an AMA. No, we can share. Can we get some extra mics for these guys? Do we have any? Come on up. Take a seat. I'll stand. You guys can sit together. I'll tell you, it's pretty unique. Motorsports is interesting because it's one of the few sports where teammates compete against one another. And, I wouldn't say I've been around racing for many years, but Pog, you have, right? How often are drivers friends? Depends on the team. Well, let me ask you guys, Michael. How often is the equation between the drivers great? Honestly.
Well, actually, there's a lot of friendships that happen in the paddock. To be honest with you, so.
This is an unrehearsed panel.
Now myself, if you talk to me about it, I mean, when I was driving, the only friend I actually ever had was Brian Herta, who was a friend of yours in the sport. I never really hung out with any of the other drivers. I never wanted them to get to know me. And because if you get to know me, then you might get to know some of my weaknesses. So,
right. So if you get to know me, you'll get to know how to beat me. We don't want that happening.
Exactly.
So just watching drivers around the paddocks and other series. But one thing that's been really great to watch is just the way you guys get along and the chemistry you have. You guys are really cute together.
Come on.
All right, so let's open it up. First of all, maybe we could just start with you, Oliver. Tell us a little bit about where you're from. By the way, the only American driver in the series. Let's give it up for that. Yeah. That's okay. We like England too. Don't worry about it. We'll get to that. So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how you got started, and how you got here.
First of all, thanks for having us. This is my, I think, second or third Avalanche House event that I've been to this year, and you guys absolutely knock it out of the park with every single one. And I want to give a shout out to some of our mechanics who's sitting in this row over here, who made it out tonight.
Stand up, guys. Stand up. Let's stand up. Stand up. Come on, stand up. Take it back. Yeah. So. A quick funny story, I have to interrupt you, but when we first threw our first Avalanche House and we said, well, bring the whole team, bring the mechanics and everybody, and they said, well, are you sure? Like, we don't normally do that. We don't normally invite the whole team to everything. We said, no, absolutely, bring everybody, and it's been great to see you guys every time. You always come and you're always a great addition, so you're always welcome. Thanks. Sorry, Ollie. Back to you. So, how'd you get started?
What was the question? Yes. I started racing go-karts when I was 8 years old, and racing didn't run in the family, kind of stumbled upon it, and made my way up the racing ladder, raced for Michael in 2019 and won the Indy Lights Championship for them, and I've been a part of the Andretti family since, and it's an incredible organization to be a part of, and to now be racing at one of the highest levels in motorsport and Formula E is with you guys. It's been a privilege. So that's my elevator pitch. Obviously, it took a lot longer to get to that point, but that's the short version.
This must be a tall building. I don't know. All right, that's good. Thank you, Jake. A little bit for you. Tell everybody about yourself, where you're from, and how you got going in this stuff.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and I hope you're having a good time and obviously enjoying the free beer. I'm sure that's what you're all here for, but obviously Jake Dennis. I am second year in Formula E. It was my first year last year, and we had a great season. And to obviously be now with Andretti and Avalanche has obviously just been a great partnership from the get-go, really. We had a great start to the season with basically the first race, new team, and we finished on the podium. So we obviously had high expectations for the rest of the year. It's been obviously up and down, but we've had some really good results. And generally, like Oliver, you just start off at a young age, 8 years old, and then just work your way through the junior categories. I never really went to the States. I generally stayed in Europe, and then just progressed all the way through. I actually moved to sports cars, which is basically like a road car, just souped up really with big wings, grippy tires, and then I moved back to single seaters, which is sort of what you see today, like mini Formula 1 cars. So I've sort of done a bit of a mix and match of everything, and super happy where I'm at now in Formula E, and I think it's a really exciting time.
It's great. Well, we love having you guys here. Okay, we're going to open it up for questions. Who's got a question for Oliver, Jake, or actually anybody up on stage? Who wants to go first? Pog, I know you got plenty of questions. You get them answered in BEC. I'll walk back with a mic for anyone who wants to ask. Got one here? All right, Mr. Nick Musalem, everybody.
So how do you prepare for a race like today when you know it might rain, but you're not totally sure it's going to rain, right? Which adds a whole different element. Just how do you prepare for a race like that?
That's a good question. I think one of the biggest things now is the simulators, what we do. Me and Oliver will, before every race week, we're on the simulator in Munich, as that's where it's based at the moment. On Monday, Tuesday, just trying to develop the car as much as possible, improve the software each time. But one of the things you can't do is add rain. So when a situation happened like today, you sort of just gotta wing it. And obviously it can go massively wrong, like we saw today with the front guys. But yeah, it's just a challenge. I think one of the things in motorsport, you just have to freestyle a lot of things. You can never anticipate or predict too many situations, otherwise your head will just explode in certain situations. So yeah, you just got to do the best you can. A lot of homework, but at the end of the day, it's you've just got to drive the race car as fast as you can, and you get on.
It's not too dissimilar from our business, really, where you have to sort of have a plan and things you want to stick to, but you have to be willing to change when the situation changes, right? So it's another great similarity. Another question back here. Hi. Can you tell people who you are and where you're from?
Sure thing. My name is BJ. I am from PACT LA, and it's just been great to be part of Avalanche since pre-mainnet. So thank you for coming out here. My question is, we see with chess, we see with AlphaGo, we see computers sort of beating human beings. But then we also see the things that actually beat the computers are half human, half computer team. So when you're racing, what's the balance between the two?
Great question.
Between human and computer?
Yeah. Should we tell them that you guys are actually androids? Is this the time? Should we actually let them know?
To kind of parlay off of Jake's last answer, one of the most incredible things about Formula E racing is that it's mainly software-based. All of the setup changes that we do, all the steering wheel adjustments that we do is all software, whether I have oversteer, understeer, whether we're managing battery, trying to get to the end of the race with, to the end of a 45-minute race with a battery that's only meant to go 30 minutes between regeneration and all these things. To answer your question, it's 50-50. The car isn't driving itself. We still have to extract the most we can out of the car, and that's where we come in.
You know, I asked that same question of drivers in different series as well. And the answer that I got was it was something close to 80% for traditional motor racing. And then when I asked you guys, I think it was more like, between 50 and 60%. So between 50 and 60% of your effort on the track is actually driving fast. I mean, well, it's all driving fast, but it's incredible just how much technology has become part of the equation.
I have a question. Oliver, I see you're wearing a Whoop. What's your resting heart rate? And when you're driving, what is your heart rate?
It's, I think the average during a normal Formula E race, which was not today. Today was not normal. I was on a completely different strategy, trying to save energy, hoping for the race to restart. So I was a bit more relaxed out there driving by myself, but on a normal race, when you're in the heat of the, fighting for the top 10, it's an average of about 170 sustained for 45 minutes. So resting about 60, I think, around there. Don't ask what my sleep score was last night.
Oh, that's pretty exciting, both inside and outside the car, I guess. We have a question right here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hello, Juliana Schiaviti from Toronto, Canada. I'm your automotive woman. Subscribe, like, share. Thank you. Just to follow up to what the other gentleman said in the back, how hard has the transition been from either sports car racing or open wheel to Formula E? Because the perception is that it's supposed to be easier. However, we see Formula One drivers, IndyCar drivers, have challenges, they struggle. And that was amazing.
That's a good question. Yeah, I think Formula E is honestly one of the most difficult championships to just come into and perform. I think one of the reasons for that is because it's electric. These cars are so advanced on software. If the software's not quite right, the car does things it shouldn't do. Like, you're telling it to do one thing, and if the software's telling it to do another, you then just get this weird combination. And then you've also got the other side, is that it's basically all in one day. Like, this weekend we had the luxury of driving on Friday, and then you have the overnight analysis, and then you can do Saturday morning, and you've had basically a night to sleep on it. But normally you just wake up Saturday morning, jump in the car, and you've got FP1, FP2, qualifying in a race all in around about 5 hours. So you really don't have much time to analyze the data, see where you can improve. And obviously the cars are just so different to anything else what you sort of learn your career in. I think especially for you, Oliver, coming from IndyCar, which is probably it's the best series in America, and it's probably the most raw, most natural motorsport there is, even compared to Formula One. Those cars are ruthless, they're just pure horsepower, and they're super physical, whereas this is such a different beast. It's super technical, completely different techniques of the way you brake, the way you turn, and yeah, I think I've taken a big step forward from last year to this year. We were super successful last year, like I said, but you're just forever learning, and because it's so much software based, the car never stays the same. It's just always being developed, so you have to sort of develop with that. Got anything to add?
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, I think we got time for a couple more questions. Anyone else? Yeah, right here, Xander.
Hi, I've got two questions. Jake, do you drive with or without your rings?
I drive without because I can't afford the fines. That's really the biggest thing. I'm not Lewis Hamilton, who can just pay 50 grand every time he wears a ring. So yeah, I take them off.
And this one is maybe better for Michael or Roger. How much money did we see shredded on the track today? Like, one of those cars is about how much? And then were those first three cars, were they totaled?
I don't want to answer that. I'll let him answer that because it hurts when I think about it.
This was a pretty expensive day for Formula E. I'm not sure I've seen a day quite like this. That you're probably looking at €1 million per car. There are price caps on that, but when you start factoring in how much money is invested in the development of those cars, and you have to amortize that, so we probably have got 2 or 3 teams that are building brand new cars tonight. They hope to have those ready for first thing tomorrow morning, so 7 a.m. in the morning. So I think there's a few people not going to get much sleep. We saw the Mercedes guys bringing in boxes of pizza, which usually means that the mechanics have got a long night ahead of them. Yeah, that was an expensive day. So yeah, there's no way around it.
You guys, your cars are fine.
Yeah, we actually came away pretty luckily.
And if I'm actually correct,
yeah, our guys are actually still sat here.
Right.
So
No pizza for our boys.
And
there's no pizza for them.
Avalanche House for the Avalanche team.
And little information here. I think the number 1 and 2 cars who got wrecked were actually sponsored by Algorand. So there's a little bittersweet there.
Algorand got wrecked. There's actually something funny, but one of the guys came up. So Algorand are an associate sponsor, not a title sponsor like us, but Algorand are an associate sponsor for the Envision Racing team, whose garage, is that how I say? Garage, whatever, is right next to ours today. And one of the guys, when I was over there with Kevin this morning, it was quite funny because when they got a better qualifying time for us, one of the guys came over and tapped Kevin on the chest and said, "We flipped you today." And he was trolling him in real life and also on Twitter. But it was all in good humor, so we look forward to beating them in Seoul. Right? Kevin has a question. I'm actually really excited about this one.
Kevin, intern at Ava Labs. So I actually have a question, I guess, for Roger, Michael, anybody else that wants to answer. So it's interesting to see how limited the regulations are on Formula E. I mean, at least to me, the Formula E can get way above out there, like the amount of optimization of the software, the amount of optimization of the aerodynamics on the powertrain, everything seems super limited. It seems like it can go easily 2x, 3x from here. I guess the battery would just get destroyed, but still, like, where do you see Formula E in 5 years from here, as far as like because people love Formula One for one reason: those things go very fast, or like, you know, the number go really far out. So and it's much cooler to say these things go vroom and very loud than it is to say these things are very technical and software, you know, oriented and so on. So is Formula E going to get to the point where it's like more about the muscle and the just sheer power of the software and the engine? Or is it always going to be more of like, we're the technical guys and we're never really going to just push the boundaries of the engines?
I think I've got this one. Formula E has restricted development in certain areas for really good reasons. Formula E is all about the development of the EV powertrain. It's not about aerodynamics, it's not about brakes, it's not about the chassis. The focus is on EV because that's where Formula E and we as the Andretti organization believe the technology should be. It should be about developing the future road cars, and the future is electric, regardless whether we like petrol engines or not. So I think Formula E has, as John was talking about earlier, has evolved. You know, the 2 cars down to 1 car with the battery technology developing. We've got a new generation, the Gen 3 car, which some of you may have seen or heard about, is coming for next season. That's another leap forward in technology. It's a lighter car, it's a smaller car, it's a faster car. So Formula E is taking progressive steps. What we found in the early days of Formula E is that we were actually chasing the pinnacle of the technology, particularly around batteries, around electric motors. So we were not being held back by regulations, we were being held back by the advancements in technology. And that's really where we want to be, on that cutting edge. And what we're starting to see is that trickle-down effect from racing into the road cars. I mean, we talk about, you know, race on Sunday, sell on Monday. We talk about the technology transfer. That's a really hard story to actually believe in other forms of motorsport. But in Formula E, I believe it's very genuine. And what we're seeing is that technology coming into the road cars that we're going to be driving today and tomorrow that's available in the showrooms. And I think the relevance of Formula E compared to other forms of motorsport is quite unique. And that's the message that we want to talk about.
Got it, thank you.
So just to give some context, what is the top speed of the Formula E car today?
Probably here about 130 miles an hour. But
on this track?
On this track, and we're talking about racing on city streets. This is not racing on a big, wide open FIA super billiard smooth circuit that Formula One races on. This is bumpy. I mean, if you walked across the track this evening, I mean, there's drain covers, there's manhole covers, there's, you know, all sorts of stuff going on the track.
I mean, that's dodgy on a scooter at 17 miles an hour. I can't imagine what it's like in a race car at 150. But no, the true raw top speed of Formula E car in perfect conditions, what's it, 205? 200?
We're under 200 miles an hour, but
Okay.
you know, I think the next generation of car will be pushing 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, so that's the benchmark. So next season, John had mentioned it earlier, going from 1,800 to 1,600 pounds. So taking 200 pounds out of the chassis and adding about 100 kilowatts. So what's it going from 250 to 350 max? So that should bump up the speed quite a lot, right? What are we thinking the top speed will be for season 9 coming up next year?
I think, well, a more interesting statistic actually is how much faster on a per lap basis. So we're actually thinking the cars could be 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster than the current car. And that's huge. That's a huge improvement in performance.
If you think about the top 10 positions in qualifying are separated by how many seconds?
We're down to tenths or hundredths of a second.
Tenths or hundredths of a second. So 3 to 4 seconds is quite a lot. And if you're trying to visualize that, I think the stat that I always try to keep in mind is that at 200 miles an hour, you're covering a football field every second. That's pretty fast. No time for texting while driving, right? But yet these guys have to operate a really advanced computer. Anyway, look, I think thank you, gentlemen, for spending your time. You guys have been working hard all day, and I know you're going to get back to the books. The life of a race car driver, my biggest disappointment in getting to know the team is that it's not really what I thought it was. You guys actually work really hard. You come off the track, and you go straight into the books. So there's no partying like a rock star. I guess that's why they say rock star, not racing car driver. Anyway, nonetheless, thank you guys for your attention, for interrupting your happy hour. Big round of applause. Guys, we're going to be out here till 9 o'clock. Please, let's just stay for a pic. We're going to be out here till 9 o'clock. Food and refreshments and entertainment. Please enjoy and stay as long as you can. Thanks for coming.